Okay. Good morning, everyone. If everyone could please grab a seat, and thanks for coming. Want to start by if you're not aware, we've learned some very sad news here this morning. One of our original council members who kicked things off with us back in March, Mary Gautreaux, passed away. And so very saddened by that. I know many of us have worked with Mary for years. Just a wonderful, wonderful person, very passionate about everything that we're doing here, and a really good friend. So I think I'd just like to start by offering kind of a moment of silence for everybody just to stop and reflect. All right. Well, thank you. And again, thank you for coming today. Today is going to be a day that we've got a pretty packed agenda. So I'm going to ask all the speakers to kind of help as best we can to kind of keep us moving along here. We're going to try to do as much interaction as we can while still trying to stay on a pretty strict agenda. I want to start by saying that a lot of us on the council received an email this morning describing this as our last council meeting. I think that was an old calendar invite that, as you recall, we have had an extension, which means we're actually going to be meeting some more. So sorry, Commissioner Bennett, and those of you that came a long way. I think we're going to be asking folks to return, as we'll talk about. So our timeline here, this is actually our 7th meeting, and we've got, I'm going to guess, a couple more. As you can see, the focus to this point has been hearing from the committees, receiving the committee reports, as we talked about last week. Now the focus going forward is going to be a lot of integrating and synthesizing into a cohesive strategy. We've got a pretty short timeline to do that, so we got a lot of work here ahead of us. In terms of the desired outcomes for today, first one is just to make sure everybody's in sync in terms of what the work plan is. I'm going to spend a fair amount of time on that because we're going to be in a bit of a Class 5 rapid here for the next few weeks, and I think everybody needs to be paddling together. Along those lines, the second desired outcome is to do some kind of the remaining information informing the drafting process. We're going to hear from the land use subcommittee. There's been some kind of loose ends or odds and ends that have kind of surfaced along the way that we didn't originally see, and we're going to hear from some of those folks. And then finally, we're going to meet with Governor Brown. So this is going to be an important opportunity for us to give Governor Brown an update, hear from the governor, and have a little bit of chance to interact at what is a pretty important milestone here as we're really entering this final phase to kind of give a pretty thorough progress update as to where we are, and again, hear from the governor. So I mentioned a packed agenda. This is going to be a lot of moving pieces today. As you can see, I'm going to talk a little bit about the work plan, hopefully do that pretty efficiently. And then we're going to hear from the land use subcommittee who distributed a pre-reading. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to do that pre-reading. It's a very good report, and this is going to be a very interactive part of the day. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to have kind of back-to-back loose ends that, as I mentioned, kind of crept up. We are going to take a break for lunch, and then we're going to meet with the governor. So again, got a lot of moving pieces here, so hopefully we'll get through it. So starting with the work plan, I want to just kind of ground us as to where we are in the process. As you can see, from March till today, really the main focus has been kind of a bottom-up look coming from the committees. And starting last week, we really started this kind of synthesizing process, kind of integrating into a cohesive strategy. Next few weeks are going to be very intense. Drafting committee, taking what's come to us from the three committees and synthesizing into more of a cohesive strategy. Also going to do a lot of work on the funding side. And this is obviously a great deal of work on mitigation, on suppression, so there's a lot of work to do on the funding side. Envisioning probably October the 21st week would be a next time for this council to get together to hear at that point, where is the drafting committee, to see some initial thinking, and then to hear back from the council. I think it's going to be more or less a work session. We will then kind of go back to the drawing board, make revisions based upon what we hear from the council, convene one more time before legislative days in November. So really our deadline here that we're shooting for, we really want to be done with the drafting process by the first week of November and really ready to distribute that by the week of November the 11th. We move into legislative days, and then as we've talked about from the beginning, there is going to be some carryover work specifically around developing a strategic financial plan. We'll talk more about that here today. And then also some organizational recommendations. Where does the cohesive strategy kind of live from this point forward? Kind of hit pause there, open up any questions, clarifying, or anybody want to add anything? As I said, there's a lot. This is class 5. I mean, things are going to be moving pretty quickly here over the next few weeks. So I want to talk a little bit about this work plan and about the drafting process. And we presented last time kind of a way of organizing our thinking. I want to continue along those lines here today to continue to get the council really ready to engage here, and also to hear back from the council, some of your thinking even here today. We've talked a lot about the cohesive strategy, and if you'll kind of think back to that executive order, really the way things were framed was, in an era of increased wildfire, are our systems sufficient? Are they sustainable? And so you really kind of look at that question, and you kind of, within the context of this cohesive strategy. And the first category you get is which systems have the committee said are sustainable and are sufficient. And you go to the suppression group, and they looked at a few items. One is just the militia approach, and feedback we got, yep, that is sufficient, sustainable, not at the scale it's operating. It needs more funding, it needs more resources. The second one was the external cost insurance, external suppression cost insurance, the Lloyd's of London policy. We heard back on that front, yes, sustainable, it's sufficient. And then the third one is this BLM ONC contract, and the feeling was if we didn't have that, we would want that. It's for an all lands approach. And for economies of scale, it really works well. So the first kind of category is, okay, what's working? And we're seeing that there are some things that are working. The second category would be items that are not working, not sufficient, and you might describe the prescription as being a bit of a reorientation of mature systems. Here, a lot of what we're seeing in our fire-adapted communities objective. And why is that? Because our communities have a lot of systems, but the systems have not really evolved to meet the scale of the fire incidents that we see nowadays. And so you can see a few of those issues that really have been presented to us as needing reorientation. Health, emergency response, disaster recovery, and then I would say zoning is one of these items that you could either look as being a reorientation or perhaps something a little bit more significant. And then this one, I would say, this bucket are things that need to be reoriented that really apply to all three of these elements of the cohesive strategy. The first one would be public education. We're going to hear from Bobby here today on that front. Second would be the OSU Wildfire Center. And then the third would be just the way we kind of plan financially. And this is, again, talk about the strategic financial plan. We're going to talk a lot about pretty significant state investments. And how do you really kind of plan for those significant investments in the context of a cohesive strategy, including fire response, including adapted communities, and including mitigation. When you start looking at what's come back to us from the committees as being, these are places where, systems are not sufficient, they're not sustainable, and we need pretty significant change. And this spans all three of the areas. I'll start on the far left. Actually, I'll start in the middle because we really are kind of focusing on the mitigation piece. The first one is just a very significant departure from fire-resistant resilient landscapes, and a need for pretty significant landscape level fuel mitigation. At the same time, over on the far right, fire adapted communities, and we're going to hear a lot about this today. This is going to be a lot of the land use focus, the defensible space, building codes, also the utilities, and then finally zoning. Again, this is one that it's unclear just how much evolution versus revolution is needed there. We're going to discuss that here today. And then finally, on the suppression side, as we've heard, a request for a pretty significant increase in resources, also a need to modify the financing facility, the cash management. In another era, that was probably a sufficient financing facility. In this era of much more cash changing hands, accountables and receivables, clearly it stressed the system. And then finally, just the overall funding model, who should be paying for all this. So that's a pretty significant lift, right? I forgot. And the last one is kind of further study needed. And these are ones that have kind of crept up. Some of them have come from the committees, some of them come from actually the council meetings themselves. And if you look at, in the response area, there has been a recognition that the State Fire Marshal's office just did not have the head start that ODF had. ODF had the benefit of a Secretary of State audit, a prior look back in 2015-16, a lot of organizational homework that we inherited. State Fire Marshal did not even pretend that could be done in such a compressed time frame, and said you need to do that right, and that would be some subsequent work. Wood waste to biofuels. This is another issue to say what's the best way to treat wood waste, and what, if any, opportunity is there for biofuels. That came out of actually this group. And then finally, under the fire adapted communities, we're going to talk a little bit about opportunities perhaps with insurance, and then this notion of tenants' rights, and really on the social justice side. It's our most vulnerable communities that are most affected by wildfire, and what do we really need to do to be specifically focused on their needs. So from all of that, what I tried to do was identify what were really the significant issues. And I think this is going to be a lot of the work of the drafting committee and interacting with the council and interacting with funding. Obviously, the other areas are going to be part of the recommendations too, but I think these are going to be the really significant heavy-hitting items, and I've identified 8. And I've color-coded them it's because some of them fall in kind of natural groupings. First one, landscape level mitigation, the implications to the state. What's been offered in the mitigation report is a pretty significant increase in state investment. Also, a significant increase in FTEs through the Good Neighbor Authority to start to really staff up in partnership with the federal agencies. And some of the key issues here would be, you know, the need to really leverage state investment with federal investment, using the private sector, and try to work towards a $4 billion plan over the next 20 years. Lots to unpack there. You know, how do you perform that management? How do you treat these, treat these landscapes? How do you get local input and really use kind of a bottom-up process? What's the appropriate level of governance and so forth? So a lot of work left to do there. The next three are really focused in this land use area. We're going to hear about defensible space today. We're going to hear about building codes. What is the funding impact on that? Well, we'll find out, but I think partly what we're going to discuss is that low-income housing is particularly vulnerable with regard to building codes and with regard to defensible space. You know, what role does the state want to play there? So that's something that we need to explore. And then kind of big issues here are around, and we're going to talk about this today, do we want a more active state role, a less active state role? What's the carrot? What's the stick? That's going to be the next presentation. Very, very, I would say, difficult, very, very difficult decisions. The next group is around suppression. If you look at the financial impacts, potentially significant, including resources. The funding model is less, the funding model itself is less going to hit the bottom line, but it's a process that really it's going to be very, very complex. And the real question being, the state is purchasing fire suppression services from ODF. How much does the state want to purchase, and what's fair for the landowners purchasing? And I will say, as you're going to go around Salem, I don't think there's any topic that is more kind of top of mind than that one. I mean, I think this is a very advanced topic. It's very ripe, and people are looking for recommendations there. The suppression financing facility, that got some news this week. I think it's been broadly recognized that the fire volumes have outgrown the capacity for the existing facilities, and that there's a need to respond to that. And then finally, utilities. We're going to hear about that today as well. I don't think that one even needs much introduction given the tragedies that took place down in California. So that is basically kind of a big chunk of the homework assignment for the entire council, and specifically for the draft. Yes, Russ?
Just one addition, number 5 under the land use would be the information resources.
Yeah, I think that's right. I would say that form follows function, and I think that will largely depend on where we go on these others. So, but not disregarded by any means. So, who's going to do what? Over the next few weeks, the drafting committee will be, digesting the committee recommendations, framing things up in this mission ROI way that we talked about last time, and we will ultimately be drafting council recommendations, developing straw proposals for the council to respond to. Finance committee, doing a lot of deep dive on the numbers, trying to quantify, try to figure out how much is all this going to cost. Looking at a 20-year strategic financial model, and then how do you actually bridge that with a budget process? And then ultimately helping to inform the suppression funding decision, which again, I cannot I can't emphasize strongly enough how important that issue is. Mitigation Committee, remember, if you recall last time, big presentation last week from mitigation with regard to prioritization map and with regard to kind of an estimate of cost. Still a lot of work left to do in the Mitigation Committee in terms of what kind of management plans, how would you actually implement those priorities? So a very, very heavy lift. And also just more kind of qualitatively, what are some principles that you would apply to implementing? And then finally, asking all committees to be available on an as-needed basis, because there's just going to be a lot of Q&A and kind of give and take through the drafting process. In terms of folks that have been asked and have raised their hand and said, sure, there's 6 of us at this point that have been identified for the drafting committee. You can see the folks there. We're trying to identify a diverse group with both in terms of geography as well as backgrounds. I will say the ex officio council members are also going to be looked upon, pretty extensively to be providing technical expertise as well as the committees. And I will say we're going to get into this and see if we've got enough folks. We might ask 1 or 2 more folks, but I think at this point 6 should be a good number. So that's what I got, and we're going to turn things over to land use. See how we're doing on time. Actually, not bad. So I do have just a moment to kind of open it up to the council. That was a lot. So any feedback, questions, clarification? Yeah, Peter?
Yeah, in the last slide you had systems that need major significant investment.
The mics on each speaker.
Thank you. And so just part of the fire adapted community part, the health, some of the recovery stuff is missing from this, and is that just that they're in systems that are somewhat mature but need some investment?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure that nobody's feeling like they're getting lost in the
Yeah,
drafting.
that's a good point. No, I'm not saying that list of 8, I'm just saying it's a particularly heavy lift where, frankly, I think there's going to be a lot of interdependence on those 8, whereas I think a lot of these systems being reoriented, that just needs to be done. And so we're going to look, we're not going to be ignoring those. I just think that to a certain degree, those are a bit independent. I think the other ones are going to be a lot more interdependent. So thanks for the clarification.
Thanks.
Yes.
Just so, Matt, could you go back to the committees again, the drafting committee? So I see mitigation and adaptation. Is there an opportunity for one of the council members that sits on the suppression committee?
Yeah,
involved?
it's a fair question. I was under the impression that Mark Bennett, Commissioner Bennett, was on there. I'll take that under advisement.
Okay.
Okay. I actually looked last night at the committee list and discovered he was not listed, so that was I was mistaken. Anything else? Okay. Thank you. All right. Russ, I think that's you.
Okay. I'll just take it from here. So I just want to introduce the work of the land use subcommittee with sort of an acknowledgement here. I want to thank this committee for their hard work, most importantly for their really congenial team spirit that led this effort. And I really feel it was an honor to have this group assembled. We had 4 work sessions. 2 of those were all-day sessions, 2 of them were half-day. By my count, and I'm not comprehensive in the number here, but we had 41 conference calls associated with the work of our group, and many of them were on weekends. But I do want to acknowledge a body of work by an extraordinary group of people. We had 2 members from the full council working with us, and I want to thank Sally Russell and Duncan Campbell for their hard work leading us through this effort. But most importantly, I want to thank the agency experts who have been with us and available to us day in and day out and on weekends to help give us technical information, particularly at ODF, the Building Codes Division as well, the Fire Marshal's Office. Portland Emergency Response was with us throughout as a committee member. DLCD, thank you, team. INR, thank you for being with us and through all the drafting work. We've had 2 mayors represented on our committee and their support staff. County planners were with us. The home builders was with us in this process. And I really want to thank the land use and forest legal expertise that was donated by Craig Law to be able to help support us in this effort. By my count last night, we had 75 peer-reviewed papers that were reviewed. We have 11 after-action reports that were from some of the most catastrophic fires around the nation that were shared with us as part of the process. I also want to call out Sadie Carney here who works for DLCD, who put in absolutely extraordinary hours and effort to help us through the drafting process. This has been really heroic work, a lot of weekend work, and I not only want to thank you, I want to thank your superiors for this, but also your family. They have sacrificed to make sure that you put in the time, and I'm just really grateful to have you with us. Yeah. I'm just glad you're with us here today to give this report. So, anyways, it is a great honor, and I just want to thank everybody for helping this team through this process. Today, you're going to hear from four different presentations by 3 individuals, and Jim, I just want to thank you for doing double duty on behalf of the Building Codes Division, but you were the best person to do it, so thank you. And Janine and Sadie, thank you as well.
Hi, folks. John Audley. I'm going to facilitate this conversation in part to give Russ a little room to operate as a council member. And I'll set this up, and I'll be the timekeeper and the facilitator, and I've warned these folks that I'll try and be a taskmaster when it comes to time, so I'll do that for myself as well. I think it's important to note as we start this conversation that this general subject was the last one that we added to the group of priorities the governor asked us to consider. And as a group of generalists, I don't think we really understood the magnitude of the subjects that we'd undertaken. As a result of that magnitude, and I think in many respects this group here represents some of the most important issues that we have to wrestle with as we position the state to be better prepared for wildfire. What we discovered is that the conventional report and recommendations model that was used by the other committees didn't work quite as well for this one. So instead, and you'll notice in a less elegant fashion, but hopefully a useful way, what we shared with you was basically a description of the status quo and then 2 scenarios to try and address it. For lack of better terms, I can't even remember what we ended up with, but it was kind of a light touch and a heavy touch. Not to suggest that they were comprehensive in the categorization, but to give you, the council members, the kind of information you'll need to stimulate the conversation that will lead to recommendations, prioritization, and things like that. Okay? Does that make sense? And then I think it's important, especially in this subject, and I know it's not unique to this one, but it's important to be mindful of the equity issues that these subjects raise. I think it's fair to say we're wrestling with how to do that right. Matt pointed out the fact that, that it's one of those long-term issues that we're going to have to deal with, but throughout this conversation, you'll hear questions about, in essence, how to try and address that as well. And then finally, I'm looking at Matt, the purpose for this discussion is to present these issues. I've asked these folks to present them in a way that smart people without a lot of working knowledge of these subjects can grasp. But you're not looking, or Matt, are you looking for opinions from the council at the end, or simply a discussion of the subjects?
No, I think I think it would be very helpful for the drafting committee to start to hear some of the areas of particular interest for the council to make sure that we can address them in follow-up.
Okay.
And if there are kind of clear areas where council members feel strongly, we've tried to be responsive to that along the way over the last several months, and we'll try to do that again here. So
Very
I think
good.
it's, this is kind of set up to be part panelists and then a whole lot of interaction with the council.
Exact. So what we'll do is each person, Jim twice, will get 10 minutes to make a presentation. We'll stop for clarifying questions only, but I'd like to get all four out on the table. And then we'll come back and start to take them apart, engage the council in a conversation. So as you follow along, I believe we've decided that zoning is first. So Sadie gets to start. Did we not?
I thought we were going to do defensible space first.
How are we doing? Okay, sorry, we're doing defensible space first.
Thanks, Sadie. That way we can actually break it up. So I'll talk a little bit about defensible space, and then I have the opportunity to also talk about hardening homes. And I think what you're really going to hear throughout both of these conversations is that they really need to be considered together. As most of you know, probably some of the greatest costs that's incurred on the fires that we've seen over the last couple of years is really spent on protecting homes and the number of homes that are in the urban interface. So when we talk about, defensible space, it's interesting to go out and meet the general public and other folks that I've had an opportunity to talk to and ask them what do they think defensible space is. And it'll go anywhere from just completely cutting every single thing around your home for 100 feet to 150 feet. And so one of the things that I think that this group really wanted to define in their report is what is defensible space. And I won't spend an awful lot of time going into the details of it because I think the report is very well written and I appreciate that. This one we were really trying to look at what's the status quo, what if we were a little bit more active, and in this case we went to beyond that to most active. So what, is that most active thing that we can do? So we've got 4 different levels in this. One of the things that we always talk about is what's going on to the south of us. And a lot of times it was really hard to make it comparable because most of the fires that we saw really in California were down in Southern California. And they were in the chaparral and different kind of fuels than what you would see here in Oregon. But as most of you know, there's been an awful lot of large-scale incidences in Northern California. And so there are some more comparatives that we can make. And so when I got asked to have this opportunity to speak to you today, I did some quick research last night to kind of help me to frame what I see or what this group hopefully will see are some of the issues that we run into. So this was done by a group it's the Oakland Fire Safe Council. So this is a group that's come together with a bunch of different departments, a bunch of different agencies, and really asked that question about defensible space. And so this is a study that they did. And what we found is that the most significant challenges to achieving homeowner compliance with defensible space guidelines, the first one is cost of defensible space maintenance for homeowners, which was 71%. So how do they fund this? And how can we help to support some level of funding, and where should that money come from? So that's one of the things that we've addressed in this as some of our findings. The other is that homeowner perception of work involved in maintaining defensible space. So that's 56.6. So once it's done, then how do we go about maintaining it? The other is lack of homeowner awareness of fire risk, which is 52.2%. So what you can see even in Northern California, who's seen a lot of incidences over the years, is we still have not done a really good job educating the communities on what that is and what that should look like. So I think that's a big thing that we really need to be considered of. 45.7% is that aesthetics look, right? Most people think that means we just have to cut everything down. We like to keep the trees close to our house. So are there some options that we can look at? The other is not enough inspectors out there. So California has the same problem that you're going to see here in the state of Oregon, is we may have some laws that are out there. We just do not have the people or support to be able to go out and do those inspections. So with that said, again, defensible space is that 100-foot clearing around your home, really focusing on the 30 feet and then going out the additional 70 feet. The real purpose of that is to, when a fire comes into a community, is to slow it down. So we're trying to do everything that we possibly can to slow that fire down before it hits that community. As most of you know, there's a lot of studies showed, and as Oregon State talked to us about earlier, amber caps was one of the really big issues that we're dealing with. So I'll talk a little bit about that in the building codes section of this, but how can we mitigate or limit that as well? So if you take a look at the status quo, and the status quo in the state of Oregon right now is that we have Senate Bill 360. And so the Oregon Department of Forestry was legislatively mandated to come up with a defensible space standard, which they did. A lot of times as mandates come in, they come in unfunded. So this is an unfunded mandate. So there is no FTE associated with this. There is no, real upkeep of this, although, Peter's in the process of, he did a presentation on House Bill 2222 and really looking at updating what those current standards are. There's a real good a partnership between the Oregon Department of Forestry and the Office of State Fire Marshal in that we have some ability to help to support that as well, but it's really kind of limited at this point in time. So what we're seeing is status quo is Senate Bill 360, and it's, we term it as a voluntary, but it's not necessarily voluntary. It's just that we don't have the ability to go out and do the inspections and do the enforcement. So if you look at the less active, our less active is trying to find some way that we can actually educate folks. So it's really the education piece, not necessarily the inspection piece, but just going out and educating folks, maybe trying to get grant funding or some other things to help those folks that are in low income to be able to do these types of projects around their place. Also to develop some way of then tracking that. So if you go out and do inspections right now, how are we tracking it? Is there a system in place for tracking it? And there currently isn't. So we needed to develop that as well in partnership with the ODF districts and then the local fire service personnel as well. So the more active then is, again, creating that defensible space standard that we all agree to. So what is it? What should it look like? Provide permanent funding for the administration of it. Got 2 minutes. Providing permanent funding for the administration of it. So actually getting inspectors and getting those inspectors out there not only to do the inspections but also to do the education piece as well, because I think that's extremely important. So when you look at those options, you'll start to see that yes, there is a cost to it. So we looked at the ROI and what that would look like. Anything from no cost right now just to do the current program to a minimal cost to actually get out there and start to educate the folks on what defensible space is, to a little bit more obviously of a cost, and that would actually be getting inspectors and getting those inspectors out into the field. So with that, I would take any questions.
Clarifying questions only, Carla?
Because this is an unfunded mandate, and we're going to need the workforce of people early to get this done, were any incentive systems thought through here, whether tax incentives or insurance incentives or community incentives to bring the workforce of the people to this problem?
We didn't get into the funding piece of it, but we did have some conversations on exactly those things, Carla, is what incentives could we go out and research or find. And that would be kind of that when we got into that piece on a little bit more active, is looking at it. This time it would be 4 positions, and those 4 positions would be really that, trying to work with the insurance industries, trying to work with grant fundings and other things that we might be able to support that with. Nonprofit organizations.
Would you hand him the mic, somebody? Thanks.
Quickly, fuel loading next door, as Russ and I were talking about it, outside, because if, you say it's on a big ridge with heavy fuel loading below, when we have these, Baker County, which rigidly enforces our defensible space, but we kind of have this cookie cutter pattern, and you could have this tremendous fuel loading next door, and we say, well, you got to do that. It kind of seems crazy and the people generally get in an argument with us, but using Senate Bill 360, but did you take into consideration fuel loading to adjacent lands? I guess that's the summary.
We did in our more restrictive, but that was really with other private landowners who aren't currently doing anything. So it was really going out, getting notices out repeatedly to those folks on what you can do. If they then chose not to do it, then our recommendation was to do it for them and then give those folks a bill. One thing about having some of those folks out there that can do the education piece is that I know if I was a homeowner and I didn't really have a relationship with adjacent landowners, whether they be private or whether they be federal, it would be nice to have those individuals in there working with those folks to see what can you do around our community to help what we're doing in our community.
And I know we're going to come back to it, and I hate to cut this off, but I have one question myself. As objectively as you can, Jim, is there a way you can share with the council the magnitude of the challenge of defensible space?
Yeah, this is a huge magnitude. We had 11 conflagrations the year before last. In 2015, we had the Canyon Creek fire where we lost a large-scale number of incidences. I actually had to go out. We had 3 conflagrations, so I went out as the IC on that one. What I saw was homes that were not, did not have defensible space. I saw emergency responders that tried to go in there and do something. We actually had to make a decision to pull folks out because it was unsafe, and that is difficult for first responders to do. So that's the other piece we really have to consider is we're putting people in places where they shouldn't be because that's what they're used to doing. And we want to do everything to help the homeowners, mitigate the cost to fire suppression, and then make sure that the first responders are safe. And this is a way that we can do that.
Chris, can I wait, or do you need to ask?
It's pretty specific to this. In the original rollout of Senate Bill 360, there were certified assessors. You could go through a program and become one. Landscapers could go through it, fire district personnel, as long as you went through the formal class. Is that still a consideration, or are we switching to a state workforce only?
It all depends what this group wants to do and what this group recommends. So if we stay with the status quo, that's probably the direction, and Peter would probably be better to ask that, but that's probably the direction we would stay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then I would never see it going away from the locals as well. I would see this
Sure.
as just being a joint effort.
Great.
John?
Thanks, everybody.
John, I've got one more follow-up related to your question. So Jim, just the maybe another way of asking John's question. When you look at the surge in wildfire suppression costs over the last 5 years or so, can you just kind of give some sense of how much of that, that increase is being driven by defensible space issues versus other issues, including landscape level, fuel loads, things like that?
And they kind of go hand in hand, so there's kind of a combination of that, because if I look back, I was on the Checo Bar fire, and when that got down into the community of Brookings, now think about this, they had the Biscuit fire 10 years earlier, and everybody talked about defensible space, but they never really got around to doing that. And so what we spent a lot of dollars on was actually going in and setting up dispensable space on a number of those homes. So it's real significant in the cost to the state.
Thanks for that. Sadie, you're up now.
All right. I'm going to try to pack a lot into 10 minutes. I don't know how many land use planners we have in the room. I know we have, at least a couple. All right, thank you. Thank you for being here and getting my jokes. I am going to talk about zoning, and I think, Jim, can I borrow your
Oh, absolutely.
clicker advance? Thanks. So I'm just going to lay down a little bit of a knowledge foundation for folks here in the room so that we can better understand how zoning would function in terms of wildfire and how it might have the ability to affect our communities and counties. So zoning, as you can read along on the slide, zoning is a tool that cities and counties use to govern permitted uses. And it stems from a place of concern about human health and the Industrial Revolution, when we had factories right next to residential neighborhoods and people were getting sick, and we said, we don't want that to happen anymore, and so we defined what could be considered incompatible uses. And we have those today. That's why we are largely separated from industrial and manufacturing facilities in our residential neighborhoods. That is why forest practices where they're spraying for insects or something are not, they're not spraying over neighborhoods and schools and things like that. And that's some of the conflicts that we see between ag practices and things like agritourism. So you don't want to be camping when they're plowing up a field of dust or having a wedding. And so the zoning seeks to prevent a lot of those conflicts. So this is probably a city that many of you recognize. This is Portland. On the right is sort of a stripped down version of their zoning map, and on the left is the big fat binder of code that goes with it. So the code underpins the actual colors on that map up there. And both the colors on the map and that binder are really people. This is staff. So we have planning staff, we have a planning desk where you would go in and you would, ask for permits to do something, and this applies at a city or a county level. You have the public works department saying, yeah, you can put a driveway right there, that's safe. Yeah, you have adequate water and sewer. You have building inspectors, you have code compliance, and that's where something like Senate Bill 360 would have its nexus to the work at a county level. And defensible space is you would have a code compliance or an inspector come in and say, here's where you need improvement, here's where you're meeting the requirements. And so I just wanted to point that out. So here in an urban setting, we would have zones, like typical zones would be residential or commercial, industrial, all that sort of gray stuff is industrial, red is commercial, blue is multifamily here. And then outside of an urban growth boundary in the state of Oregon, because all of our cities have boundaries called urban growth boundaries, and both inside you have a comprehensive plan that plans for that city, and outside you have a comprehensive plan that plans for that county. Both the cities and the counties are beholden to this idea that we all must plan using a comprehensive plan that answers to the statewide land use planning goals. So outside an urban growth boundary, typical zones would be exclusive farm use, that's EFU. We would have forest use. We would have non-resource use. So we consider agriculture and forestry our resources. And then there's a category of land defined as non-resource. So maybe it's got too steeply sloped to perform agricultural practices or forestry on, or maybe it's an old riverbed and it's too stony to really grow anything very well. Those are defined separately in many counties as non-resource. And then we have some other zones like rural residential and different ways of providing business opportunities within sort of the more rural structure of a county. So when we in Oregon say urban, we mean inside the urban growth boundary. When we say rural, we mean outside the urban growth boundary. I'm not talking about Eastern Oregon when I say rural, so just know that in my vernacular. And so there are overlay zones that you can use in planning, and examples of an overlay zone might be a historic neighborhood, a business district. Here you can see one. This is an overlay zone for a hazard. And this is a screenshot that I pulled yesterday. That red pin is my office, DLCD. And the stripy channel there is the flood zone for Mill Creek that runs through downtown Salem. The blue area is the 100-year floodplain. So that sounds pretty safe, right? I'm in the red pin, but I can tell you, looking out the window of my office, I've been there almost 5 years, and we have had water up on the lawn probably a dozen times that when it has come over the creek bed. And then the orange is the 500-year floodplain. And you can build in all of it. That's fine. You can see my office was built right in the 100-year floodplain. But there are construction standards that we have to meet. And if I was a homeowner and I wanted to build in that blue area, I would have to do the same thing. So the reason these maps exist is there's a FEMA program called the National Flood Insurance Program. And participating cities and counties are allowed to, they adopt an official map like this that says what's in and out of the floodplain. And then homeowners or building owners that are within this floodplain are required to buy insurance if they have a federally backed mortgage. If you don't need to have the flood insurance. You can still opt in to purchase it. But it is a way of managing growth within the floodplain, providing incentives that are financial to how people might plan to construct in the floodplain, and of some education and mapping. So, moving back to fire, for those of you that have had your prescription updated recently, you can see the little trees on fire on the left-hand side. This is a screenshot that I took from a report, and I had a conversation yesterday with planners in Wasco County. So this is the Community Planning Assistance for Wildfire, CPAW. And this, they had this report written to interface with their community wildfire protection plan. And we've talked a lot about those in these meetings, but I'll show a little bit more on the next slide. But so Wasco County, if you look at this slide, they wouldn't be planning for everything here. There's some pretty densely urbanized areas in the bottom right-hand side of the slide that would be beyond their jurisdiction. That would be inside an urban growth boundary. But the stuff out and to the left, that's probably zoned, if I were to guess, forest, maybe non-resource, maybe rural residential. We see some homes there. And then you get to the golf course, and that's probably inside the UGB at that point. The part that's burning to the left of the slide for you, if that is zoned forest and it is being used for commercial purposes, the county can't go in and say, you know, I would really like it if you could thin these out and create some fuel breaks in here, because it's under the Forest Practices Act that sort of supersedes any county planning rules that might be established, because the Forest Practices Act allows a forested parcel owner to realize profit on that parcel to the highest degree possible. And feel free to disagree with me.
It's considered land use as well, the Forest
Right,
Practice Act.
indeed. And then some of the areas that we can see here might be considered non-resource. So like those little tiny trees in the bottom left, steep slope ordinance, you're not gonna log that. That's too much effort for too little realized. So that's likely zoned non-resource. And what we can see is up behind that little scrubby brush part is a nice big house, maybe a barn. There's another one over there. There's one that I think's on fire in the back. Those would be examples of rural residential. And what we see in many counties around the state is pressure for development that encourages a county to rezone something that is non-resource to something that is rural residential. And so those zones often are points of rezone, usually in one direction. So this map is the WUI map that CPAW came up with for Wasco County. So it's a little hard to see, but the yellow is the wildland urban interface, and then the green is vegetated uninhabited. So we're not going to call that, it's still going to burn. This isn't describing burn risk. We're showing where there's homes in wildland areas that are creating more significant risk for people that are going out to manage fires in the landscape. So one of the things that we talked about within our subcommittee is what is and where is the WUI? Now, CPAW has this idea for Wasco County, but the neighboring counties may have a different idea. They may use a different definition. The federal government has a definition of WUI. Oregon has a definition of WUI. To my knowledge, none of the definitions of WUI that we have talked about so far have included non-resource land, which is adjacent, as we can see, and developable in many cases. And so there is some need for reconciliation of that definition at a statewide level so that we can help the people that we are tasking with suppressing these fires in the landscape understand where more significant risks exist and where there's a need for more resources. If you have 50, 100 homes in rural residential development, we need to send a whole different, set of equipment in order to defend a fire in those circumstances. So, I know I'm probably running out of time here, John. So, Wasco County, just building on this example, has used this CPAW report. They are now going to update their Community Wildfire Protection Plan, which will then inform a natural hazards mitigation plan. So this is broadly addressing hazards, but by having an up-to-date natural hazards mitigation plan, they want to do that because that gives them access to FEMA funding. That gives them access to FEMA mitigation funds that they would not otherwise have. And then their natural hazard mitigation plan, they are taking the additional step in Wasco County of incorporating the recommendations from this report, their CWPP and their NHMP, and establishing local zoning and development code. So that is a step above and beyond what is required. It may seem sensible, but it isn't something that every county has the resources to do. It isn't something that every county has the information necessary to do. These maps cost money. The pushing the code through council or commission takes time and effort and staff expertise. And so I think the questions that we have from our subcommittee are, do we need or should we have a consistent definition of WUI around the state that would allow our counties to predictably and sort of universally plan, or at least define those areas to help us with suppression and mitigation efforts? And is there more we need to do? Do we need to provide counties resources and or direction that says, we want you to take a path similar to the path Wasco County took and move towards adopting these different land use recommendations into local development code? And so now I'm going to turn it back to Jim to talk about buildings in the landscape, which is a good nexus. Good segue.
Any clarifying questions?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And we're going to ask you the same question I asked Jim about priority against the sense of subjective and the sense of the magnitude. Any clarifying questions from the audience? Yes.
Just a quick question. Haven't gone through a lot of this in Ashland and expanding our wildfire lands overlay. Does the type of zoning limit where an overlay can be applied, or can an overlay cover all kinds of zoning?
That is a great question, and I have a more informed answer for urbanized areas than I do for rural areas of the county. For the NFIP, for example, they only map areas where structures are at risk. And so they won't map farmland, for example. And so I can't really apply that example. Do you know?
Sadie, as a
Yeah.
planner, as long
Please.
as it's identified in the comprehensive land use, in the county's comprehensive land use plan, then it would be applicable. I'm thinking about the floodplain. That one clearly is identified, in most of the rural counties where we have big game overlays. Either of those would be applicable. You would just have a wildfire risk overlay for the county. I can't speak for any counties in general, but I think that's the simple thing, is that you'd go in, do a comp plan amendment and put it in there, and then it could be easily done. Getting the amendment done may or may not be easy.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Sadie. Just real quick, this is probably not clarifying questions. This is more like a comment. So it clearly is the wildland urban interface definitions vary across the state. And you mentioned that there likely should be some reconciliation of that. That seems like that's very low-hanging fruit for this council to recommend that at least the definition of wildland urban interface be consistent across all the counties. That is fairly straightforward from my perspective. Some of the other stuff might be a little more difficult, but that should be a recommendation in there to make that more clear across the counties. So,
Eric? And, that's a great question for the next segment, but so hold on.
Being an insurance nerd, when you start saying NFIP, there's insurance in that, and it's not really insurance. It's a FEMA tax-based. It's a great thing. Don't get me wrong. So when we're talking about the flood zone mappings, et cetera, don't think that there's an insurance product magically behind that for wildfire yet or ever. Right. So just a clarifying conversation, just because if you're not an insurance nerd, you might not know that, but just a clarifying point And from our perspective in insurance world, the industry side, I think a definition is of WUI. I think we've been there for a long time. I think that would be great. My only concern is Oregon. If you look at Oregon, it's like 16 different geographic zones of different vegetation, maybe some flexibility based on something that in Grants Pass may be different than something in Portland is also. Thank you.
Can you give us a sense of the magnitude? Is there any objective way to describe it?
The magnitude of,
If we're not trying to rank these things relative to one another, it's just in the grand scheme of things with 70-some recommendations likely coming out, how do you say, or what do you say to the council to help them understand how important it is to work on today, or do we have 5 years?
I think it depends on the outcomes that this council prioritizes. I mean, I'm always going to put land use kind of high on the list for myself, but if the aim of the council or the higher priority for the council is decreasing suppression costs, you might put a dollar elsewhere. If it is protecting homes and people, I think this is where your dollar belongs. Is that helpful?
We'll find out. Thanks.
Yeah. Can I squeeze in one more follow-up? There's a lot in this particular topic, and it's worth spending just a couple more minutes on. So the nexus of Senate Bill 360 and local land use planning. I think I'd like just a little bit more detail on that, because I think the illusion was that somehow Senate Bill 360 could impose defensible space standards on local jurisdictions, especially during the construction process. And I don't, from my experience, that's not what happens. That buildings are built to local jurisdiction standards, whether or not they have adopted an overlay and specific defensible space code is kind of up to that jurisdiction. But then once the building is completed, then Senate Bill 360 applies, but it doesn't apply during the construction process. And so there's a point of confusion there, and I'm just not sure if you could clarify that.
Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit about that when I talk a little bit about R327 and looking at the new hardening standards. And then I did have some good conversations with Mark Long, who is the administrator for the Building Codes Division. And if the fire service and the fire folks were to put something together, like a checklist to show what that defensible space standards should look like, at least under new construction, when the building official then went out and actually made sure that the house met the requirements that it needed to meet, they would do that first inspection for us and check it off. So then it would meet that standard as well.
Could a local building official actually enforce Senate Bill 360 standards during the construction process?
During the construction process, if we so chose to give them that authority, we certainly could.
Okay.
But before we get too excited about Senate 360, it was established a long time ago, and we were charged to look at that. There's a lot of reforms that need to be done to Senate Bill 360 to match it up with the current knowledge. Risk is built into the statute, which is probably not a good idea. There are no incentives. There's a penalty that is ineffective. So I think as you think about your recommendations, know that we're willing to work to align. I think there's reasons to align Senate Bill 360 with community wildfire protection plans and fire-wise communities. So I think we should think of that as what its purpose is, but how do you want to recommend we move that, rather than assuming it's something in place.
Absolutely. Thanks, Peter. I would just add, Peter, you did a report, your team did a report on deficiencies of 360, what was it, 222, I think it was, just recently, which really did a great job of defining the elements where investments would be needed to bring that up to modernization standards.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
I commend it as great bedtime. It really is.
John, I always ask, looking at the slide there, is please use performance-based. There's a trap here. Everybody has a tendency to say it's shingle and this, that, and there's so many new products out and treatments and this type of stuff. And the definition should be targeted to its performance of the particular material.
Thanks, Alan, and a good transition to Jeff. Okay, so I'll be very sensitive to time, but this is one of those extremely challenging discussions that we had. So where we currently sit is about in 2017, some folks from Ashland and some folks from Medford approached the building division and started talking about standards in the wildland-urban interface for new construction. And a bunch of stakeholders got together and they took a look at it in 2017, had some really good discussions, but a lot of things came up, and so it just kind of went by the wayside for a short period of time. After obviously the 17 and 18 fire seasons, the group came back together. You have to remember the building division is really tasked with making sure that it's affordable housing that's built out there. And what we do know is that by hardening homes, there is an additional cost to that. So one of the things, as you know, we've been trying to find low-income housing. We've been trying to find reasonable housing costs. So how do we do that? And then also apply these standards. So that group did come back together, and the Home Builders Association and other folks, and I'm glad to see they're in the room today because they added a lot of value to this committee because they do bring up those concerns as well. But what we came up with was R327, which I'll say it's a voluntary, but it's really not in the sense that if a county adopts R327 based on those high-risk areas, then it becomes mandatory for new construction within those areas. So right now, there's a few counties that came into effect in January. There are those areas that are looking at adopting it. It doesn't have to even be the whole county. It can be just an area within the county. But what we know, and what the campfire actually showed, is that in 2008, California adopted a hardening standard. Types of roofing material, and like you say, there are different materials that are out there. You know, open eaves, closed eaves, vents and vent covers. There's a lot of things that go into it, you know, decks and access points. And what California showed on the campfire was those homes that were built after 2008, which is when this came into effect for those folks, there was a greater survivability of those homes. And so that's a fire that came through one area at one time, and so you can actually use it as a case study because it does show that there was obviously a difference in those homes that were consumed. So we see this as something that we really need to have that hard conversation on. Again, it's voluntary, so it puts it on the locals to adopt it. And in some areas, there seems to be a lot of pushback for that. So the council then said, okay, well, do we make this, you know, a mandate for high-risk areas? And then, of course, that led to some discussion on, well, what's a high-risk area? You know, what maps are out there right now to show, and do we all agree on those maps? Are they updated maps? Are they going to be consistent? The last thing that contractors want to do is you're building a subdivision, and one day it's outside of an extreme area, and now all of a sudden it's inside an extreme area, and you've already started the construction on these homes. Or vice versa. How would you like to be the one that, you know, that has to pay the additional dollar cost, or you paid the additional dollar cost and now nobody else has to do that as well? So that was one of those really difficult discussions that we had, is do you base it on high and extreme? The other one was to make it a statewide mandate. So the most active would be a statewide mandate. Now, I'm not saying that that means that every place around the state has to harden their homes, but there is a standard. And that standard might be from nothing all the way to full hardening of those homes in that area. And that's a difficult one because then it no longer becomes voluntary. It no longer
has the local input as well. But, again, those are the three choices I think we're really currently looking at. Is right now, it's voluntary to the locals to adopt if they want to. There's not any real good criteria to base that on. So the little bit more active would be to get a mapping system in place to be able to do that, and then have some level of requirement. And then that third one that this group really has to think about is, instead of voluntary, do we mandate it? So, questions?
Clarifying questions. I'm curious, Jim. You used California as an example of times in the community where it's moving towards what I'll call fire adaptive, but you don't need critical mass. What other evidence, or how else can you help the council understand the magnitude of this particular aspect of the land?
Well, the huge magnitude, and I didn't even really touch on it, is when we're having this conversation, what we're really focused on is new construction in the wildland-urban interface. As you know, the greatest growth in the state of Oregon has been in the wildland-urban interface. So everything prior to this being adopted has been built at whatever standard they chose to build at that time. So I see our biggest challenge is what do we do with those homes that are currently out there? And there's hundreds of thousands of them that already exist out there. And how do we come up with a funding source to help those folks that are low income or in difficult demographics to be able to then implement some of these changes? And then what would those changes be? Is it just the roofs and the roofing material, the vents or whatever? So this group would have to really focus on that, because it's a significant problem that we face right now in the urban interface.
That's not Andrew, but I think it's someone in his.
Yeah, TK Keene, deputy for DFR. So just curious, looking at California, that's a pretty good case study. What activities are other states doing that might also play into this discussion? Is there anything from our neighbors to the north or to the east that we can look to that are probably facing the same issue? And it's more of a curiosity question. I don't know.
Yeah, if you look around the state, Washington's had some significant fires over the last couple of years, and they started adopting WUI standards as well at the local level. So they're also looking at hardening. They're looking at a defensible space. Colorado is the same. So if you look around the Midwest, you'll start to see that every other state is moving in this direction as well.
Going from voluntary to mandatory.
In communities, yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Jim, I appreciate the nature of the range of options rather than recommendations. I assume it's a logical, if I'm asking myself which is the most protective of people and of property, that it's the more extreme of the options is the one that is the most protective. Is that a fair assumption, just looking at the recommendations?
That would be a fair assumption.
Thanks.
City, I think we talked about this before, but I'm curious with the examples coming from California, Washington, et cetera. DLCD funded these pilots with certain counties to integrate this into their natural hazard mitigation plans, like Wallowa County worked with you all as we updated our CWPP to also look at zoning and building codes. Do you know how many counties did that? Are there lessons we can learn from within the state of how we've dealt with these issues?
It's possible. Fortunately, I have a colleague of mine, Matt Kroll, in the back of the room, who is our community services, planning services manager, and he oversees our natural hazards group that assists counties with that work. So you are probably better positioned to answer that than I am, Matt.
Well, the term integrate can be tricky because there's a lot of levels to it, but I would say that probably I could count them on one hand, the number of counties who have really done an integration within the last 5 years to try to move that there. We certainly would love to help as many other counties and cities that would want to do that as can.
Mike, do you think there's lessons from the work that's already been done within counties that are relevant to this discussion here in council?
Yes, yeah, we're always learning. And I think one of the lessons is probably, we have the information, the mapping can be tough, we'll talk about that in a moment, but I think often the missing ingredient, the hardest part is the political leadership among elected leaders because you are talking about restricting people's property rights in some cases, and that's a tough, and that should be tough. That's a tough decision to make.
All right, let's park that there. So hold on to that thought. Carla, is this germane, or can you hang on? Sure.
Mr. Maine, only for the voluntary versus the mandate.
Okay.
Is my question, if the council, agreed to mandate this, is being really thoughtful about the skilled capacity out there to make it happen. So we have some, a number of commercial properties, and I can't tell you what the backlog is because you can't get an electrician and skilled labor today. So even if we said, yes, this looks great on paper and let's mandate it, our sheer capacity to do that with a 3.7% unemployment rate and no trades or no capacity in the skills is pretty uphill. So I think we want to be just so thoughtful about how we bring the people to the problem and incentivize like we've seen on the energy sector and not lose, real traction of where we're at in this economy.
Thanks for that. One of my other hats for the Oregon Business Council is to examine just this issue, and I know our east side folks can explain better than I would ever be able to, but your need for electricians, qualified electricians, licensed electricians, versus the pool of electricians is probably 2 to 1. So if anybody's an electrician want to live in the Grand, you get a great job. We left information last on purpose because in many instances, the questions that you asked, the questions that we had were, you say, well, what do we know? And the truth is, we don't know a lot. So Jane's going to run us through what we know, the system we use to organize it, and raise the issues with regard to as these, we wrestle with these things and we look for information. What is it? What's the quality? What do we need?
So this image is hyperlinked. John, do you know how I can click through that link?
I don't know.
Is there-
While Sadie's working on that, I briefly contacted my colleague here from a structural fire department. And Sadie, your question that John posed about cost savings, suppression costs will go down with defensible space and hardened homes. And I can say that because her engines cost a lot more than Travis's engines. When you start bringing those big structural engines from Bend to protect houses in Baker County versus contract Type 6 engines or state Type 6 engines, there's a lot of money and there's a lot higher risk, and there's the backfill. I don't know, I'm not the finance guy, but I can just tell you that these will save money. However, as Matt said, as an elected official, and my colleague Lily sitting there as an elected official selling our folks, that is a push because there is private property rights. So there's somehow or another that has to be worked out. But I think that it's really important if we're going to talk about actual real suppression costs and running those big expensive Type 1 structural engines versus the Type 6 on the wildlands. There is a big difference in dozers and other things. There's, John, I know, I'll shut up.
So we've got 30 more minutes, and we've got one more presentation and health conversation. So I really need to move on, Russ. Just hang in there for a second. Give Janine the floor. I don't want to lose the energy that's in the room, which obviously this is the subject y'all want to talk about.
Looks like you got it. So I want to talk today about what we have here in Oregon and why we're lucky. We're lucky because ODF actually provided leadership way back in 2006 in terms of making the first statewide risk assessment available. It was a 2005 coverage called Communities at Risk. I think we were probably one of the first states to make that kind of data accessible. Remember that date, 2005 was the vintage of that statewide risk assessment. Then there was a west-wide risk assessment done and made available in 2013 for 17 western states. Many states make that available for their local planning, their statewide planning. We were going to do that in Oregon. ODF applied for a grant The intent was to update the Wildfire Risk Explorer with that west-wide risk assessment data set. And the determination was that it was not the best available data. We had Forest Service sitting on a steering committee who was engaged in the quantitative risk assessment. So I've been pushing the steering committee because of that steering committee, which had really great representation, leadership from ODF. It had DLCD represented on that committee, Keep Oregon Green, Deschutes County, State Fire Marshal. They were able to make a determination about what's the best available data for statewide risk assessment. And the quantitative risk assessment at that point in time was the best available data set. What we were trying to do with this enhancement was to inform and update community wildfire protection plans. So community wildfire protection plans are to be updated every 5 years. And so there's a cycle, and every county is on a different schedule, and it's pretty challenging to figure out who's doing what where and how does it all fit together. But with that new data, we could work with those counties that were engaged in updates. So we worked with Grant and Wheeler counties. Irene Jerome was the forest planner who actually was able to get some assistance from Department of Forestry to use the data to update their plan. And we've heard great feedback that that has been very helpful to her, especially in those rural counties on the east side that don't have GIS support. And their emergency management services are stretched so thin. And so she's been a great sort of beta tester for us in terms of, is this information useful? Is it easy to access? Can you use it in your plans? The answer is yes. We also used it in sort of more developed counties like Lane County. They didn't use the reports because they already had their GIS services. But what they didn't have was access to the data. So what they liked about the Oregon Wildfire Risk Explorer is that they could download the data. They knew that it was the standard data that ODF was using for the whole state. And then when we heard from Chris Dunn this month, earlier, that there were 28 layers that went into that overall quantitative risk assessment. Each one of those data layers is very informative from a planning standpoint. So that's all been great, and Oregon is a leader when it comes to providing access to wildfire risk information at the statewide level. Again, remember the 5-year update cycle for community wildfire protection plans. Now we're talking about land use and zoning and looking at a structure. Is it in the WUI? Where are the unsafe areas? What zone are you in? We don't have that data. That data is not at the specificity that we need. It became really clear from our users that even though it was really helpful to access this data, there are many limitations. We heard that from Chris Dunn in terms of the prioritization map. The structure data, we need a really good structures data in Oregon. That's going to serve so many other purposes than just wildfire risk planning. And so I think that's a high priority, is to have a map of buildings in this state, particularly those buildings in the WUI, so that we can start tracking where are they, do they meet the defensible space standards. We need an integrated information system that can help us at the landscape level and then at the community level in terms of these structures. So from 2006 to here we are, 2019, we've had 2 statewide assessments. We've had a successful process for determining what's the best available data. But we know going forward that these land use planning decisions are going to require updated data. We need standardized data where we don't have it now. We need to keep on track of just annually fire perimeters and the intensity of those fires that burned through the landscape. That's also helpful information. And then just the ignition cause, were they lightning versus human cause? Those all play into wildfire risk moving forward and doing that with land use planning. So to me, it's an evolution of the system. It's an enhancement. From an Institute for Natural Resources perspective and Oregon Explorer, we don't actually care who makes the data, who's the steward of the data. What's important is that the group agrees this is the data to use. So I think there needs to be okay, I'm not supposed to do recommendations. I'm just supposed to state what's the current state of affairs and let you come up with a recommendation. But we do have a platform in place. It's being used. Our neighbor to the north, Washington, does not have such a system. They have the QRA data up there. They have their, what they're trying to grapple with is what's the way moving forward. So I feel like Oregon is already a leader. We just need to invest over the long term in keeping the data up to date, maintaining a partnership, and not having it be a project. It needs to be a program.
Yes. Janine, thank you. However, you are an expert, so what is your recommendation?
So, next slide. Oh, is this okay, John? This is just a high level. And when you look at what we have a 2018 risk assessment. We have on the Oregon Wildfire Risk Explorer, we do have a WUI coverage that's there. It's the federal definition, but it represents data from 1990 to 2010. That's 10 years old. We can do better. We can do better in Oregon with an updated WUI representing Oregon. The where people live, I brought this up, I think last time, the housing density data set, that was based on a land scan, the nighttime view. This is where we need a building data set, daytime view. And also, when houses are under forest cover, you don't see them from above. So we need a better inventory of where these buildings are and whether they meet the defensible space. The fire perimeters, up to 2018 and 2017, so we have a process for keeping that up to date. What we don't have is a long-term agreement to do that, to make that up to date. And also just, I mentioned ODF's leadership because of the Forest Service and the quantitative risk assessment. The Forest Service was added as a sponsor. Now we're talking about land use. Based on the conversations we had through the steering committee, at a minimum, it makes sense to have DLCD and the State Fire Marshal help us with the site as the Oregon Wildfire Risk Explorer, as we move forward and try to integrate community wildfire protection planning, natural hazard mitigation planning, comprehensive planning, all these different planning efforts. We can integrate the data, generate mapping tools, reporting tools, make it easier for counties who don't have those services.
Okay, Curtis and Mark, unless Matt wants to take the mic.
I think my question is answered, but it was the same that I asked Jim, is in this sort of the range of options, is there an option that is clearly the most effective at protecting people and properties? And I think from what you just said,
A building cover.
Yeah.
You have to know where the people are to protect them.
Yeah.
You have to know where the unsafe areas are to protect the firefighters and the people. But I think the better data we can get on where these valued assets are, the better we're going to be in the long run.
So my question,
your way, Peter, Mark.
okay, so my question is a lot of this is just updating. And so if, let's say the council does recommend that we move forward with that recommendation, do you put a cost on that? Have you got a cost? And if I was a legislature, I'd want to know, well, what does that cost?
Yeah.
Who's the agencies that are going to work on it?
So the only cost I have is what does it cost to maintain the Wildfire Risk Explorer and to respond to kind of customized reports. Each one of these data sets has a steward or should have a steward, and it's up to that agency to come up with the cost or entity to come up with a cost. So I know that for like the buildings, Dogami put in a proposal to Department of Administrative Services to just create a building footprint. That was funded, is my understanding, but it was not funded over the long term. So on top of that building footprint, we need, okay, what kind of building? Somebody needs to add that attribute. We need a process for updating it. So I imagine the data cost probably could be pretty high.
So back to those two gentlemen there. Peter, I think, had a question.
Okay. Well, just real briefly, it says up to date, which means it needs to be a continuous process on a 5-year basis. And 5 years is probably too long for some people that would want to use this data. Yeah, see, quarterly. So I wish I had the resources you need.
It costs a lot of money.
Yeah, and, but I think and this will not only help communities and people, the housing set will improve our wildfire risk assessment, quantitative risk assessment. So these things build on themselves, and they are changing over time. So the urban interface isn't going to stay the same because the urban growth boundary moves. And so I think what I'm hearing is a recommendation is to have a systems in place, not a bunch of maps. And a system in place requires both the technology and the people to maintain it. So it's a significant investment.
We've 20 minutes left in this segment, so I'm going to turn it back to Matt to kind of guide us through time deployment and conversation.
Well, so the idea was, and I guess still is, to have panelists speak, a little bit of clarifying questions, and then start to kind of really integrate all of this so that we can start to establish priorities and kind of see how everything kind of fits together. I will kick things off. I think last time we saw this prioritization map from Chris Dunn, and it was intended to help us understand landscape level fuels, landscape level fire risk, and then with the 28 value overlays and then the bolt-on on the final 4, kind of give us a sense of what's at risk and so forth, kind of landscape level. If we were to do that here and say with the 3 variables that we've identified, one is the location within the WUI, 2 being, with zoning in other words, 2 being building codes, and 3 being defensible space. If this group, we had, choose a number of money to spend within land use to invest, what kind of information do we have right now to inform that kind of prioritization, inform where we would be spending money, whether it's building codes, defensible space, whatever? What information do we have right now to do the kind of prioritization work inside the WUI that Chris and others described last week outside at the landscape level?
Yeah, and kind of to even further frame this, is that as you think about these options that we have out here on these 3 things, is that they really go hand in hand. And so again, the option would be to stay status quo, or the option is to be, more hands-on in the wildland-urban interface. And so we can't go out and assess what level these homes are, whether they're moderate, high, or extreme, without a good solid map. So it kind of really starts there, in my opinion, is you have to have a really good solid map then to determine these other items as well. We have looked a little bit at the cost of what it would take to go out and do the inspections, to do out the education, to actually come up with community risk reduction folks that would go out there and work in those communities and then do the follow-up work with that. So it goes anywhere from an education piece, which again is relatively low in cost, to looking at potentially up to 20 personnel and then having to do a review of that on a yearly basis to really see, is that enough or is that not enough? So we can give you some generalized cost, but that's really what that is some generalized.
Matt, thank you for asking that question. I think the ultimate question for us is, when do we bend Peter's curve in terms of the suppression costs by the investments that the Land Use Committee is recommending? So ultimately, the challenge for us is to really determine where we get the greatest gain as quickly as possible to reduce the overall cost to the state and the instability to the state and to the agency that we're talking about. And I think it really...
So no, that's another way of asking the question that I asked, which is, that's exactly what they were trying to ask last week with the QRA, and they went through this very rigorous process. What I want to know is, where would we start? They came up with a $4 billion number here. If we were to try to say, okay, between public and the property owners, if you were to look at building codes, how much money are we talking about in the state? Defensible space, how much money are we talking about in the state? How would you stratify those by risk levels? You know, they had 8 different levels of risk last week. How would we kind of stratify those to say, boy, at the highest areas risk, this is what we're talking about, this is how many homes, this is how much money we're talking about? Where would we even begin to do that?
Until we have a uniform definition of WUI, we don't even, you know, you really don't know the starting point. That's the one thing. Union County, for instance, decided the whole county would be a WUI. Baker County, we went selective. Wallowa County approached it in this fashion. And so we don't even, so we're not, it's hard to quantify that. And really, the big savings is going to be in Jim's court with the 50 million on those teams that are sending out there, because ideally, we won't be sending as many of Trish's folks, the structural people, which are the big costs.
That makes total sense. I was going to say the same thing to Russ's point about bending Peter's cost curve. I think we're talking about bending the State Fire Marshal's cost curve. What I'm trying to get at here is that these seem to me to be very effective, and it's not just bending the cost curves, it's saving firefighters and taking people out of harm's way. I mean, this is a very high impact opportunity. It's also a high cost.
Right.
And so if there's any place that you want to be performing surgery and really, really targeting your dollars and whatever regulations against private property rights or wherever else, this would be that area where you want to be very, very surgical, which speaks to information resources. In order to be surgical, you have to have good information. And what I'm gathering, just by the fact that John keeps asking these questions to kind of help us understand the magnitude, is that we've just got a kind of a dearth of information here to answer these questions and to perform the surgery. Fair enough?
Fair enough. Yeah.
So you had, Jim, when I asked before, you had immediately kind of pointed to FTEs as if part of this problem or process would actually be getting inspectors boots on the ground, getting out there and actually seeing things in conjunction with kind of a mapping exercise, or as part of a mapping exercise. Is that fair?
That's fair, you know. And again, that's a shot in the dark, because we really don't know what the problem is until we get out. Well, we know what the problem is. We just don't know how severe the problem is until we really get out there, you know. And prevention is always one of those things that is really hard to measure. And there are a lot of studies out there, though, that say for every dollar you spend on prevention, you know, you've mitigated $6 in cost. So I will throw that out there, is that, you know, I was in Medford. Representative Marsh asked me to come on down and get the opportunity to speak to some folks. And at that time, the state of Oregon spent a little over $500 million in fire cost. And I said at that time, how many people would think that I was crazy if I was to ask you for $100 million for prevention? Because that would be just the tip of the spear to really get started. And those people were so impacted by smoke at that time that nobody laughed. Nobody even questioned that request or that ask. And I think that that's a difficult thing to do. You know, it's a difficult challenge. It's easier for me to ask the E-Board for cost of suppression than it is for me to go ask for dollars for prevention. So that's the challenge that you're going to have to see in these discussions, because it may be fairly significant in that cost.
So we talk about a dearth of data. In 2018, how many homes did you protect? Remember?
Yeah, we protected a little over 27,500 homes. So that's a significant number of homes. We had 40 that were consumed, but...
And how many of those had defensible space? I rest my case.
Probably less than 10%, so yeah.
So that would be a place even with the information we have, we know we could have an impact if we can think about ways to encourage or incentivize. And then particularly, I think about Jim and my people and the risk we're putting them in when we have to go into areas like that. That worries me more than anything else.
And I might just chime in for a moment and say we don't have real specific risk data for the state, but we do have generalized data. I mean, it's the red stuff, right? It is not without precedent in Oregon to conduct a pilot project that applies to a county or several counties in order to sort of test the waters. So just putting that out there.
Mark?
When we think about, oh, sorry, go for it.
Well, so I was going to try to get to close the loop on this. So Russ's committee has done yeoman's work, talked about how many hours you've put into this. There's some recommendations in there. I mean, can we get to a point where the council would say, yes, we support those recommendations, but fully realizing that there's going to be more work on prioritization, there needs to be more work on definitions, but at least in concept, we support where the land use committee is going with some of the recommendations, and there'll be some possibility of legislative asks, both funding and bill-wise, but we in general support those recommendations and move those forward, knowing full well that we've got still some more work to do.
So Mark, the report deliberately really did not name recommendations?
Well, there's some.
Well, they're mostly just presenting options and kind of couching them in these terms around private property rights and so forth that are really quite difficult to, and quite nuanced.
And more
so
work
I think what we're trying to do is kind of check the council's pulse here to see where folks are. Also, hear from the fire experts, this is where we really see the problems, so that, because I think really the way that this whole debate's been set up is there is a more active state role, and it's going to cost more money, and it might take private property rights, and it might be more intrusive and so forth. And in order to understand, do you take those steps to understand, as Curtis keeps getting at, what's the human risk here? What are we getting for all of that? And so that's why the report was set up less active versus more active, so we can kind of see what do you get by being more intrusive and more costly, frankly. And that applies to this map as well, because I think, if you go for the Cadillac on the map, it's going to cost a lot, but what we're hearing is there's a tremendous amount of value. There's planning value, which is where I'm going, is where do you target your investments? To your point, if you had $100 million to target, specific, reductions in prevention, where would you spend that? We don't have the information to actually do that. The other part that we're kind of weaving into this is more kind of operational support. So on the $500 million, when you're responding to wildfire, what kind of information resources do you guys need to support actual operations? And I don't know if those are the same. I don't know if it's the same data set. I don't know if it's the same frequency. I'm going to guess not. I'm going to guess operational requires a lot more kind of real-time updating, but at the very least, what we don't have is the information to target the prevention measures, right?
Yeah, one of the things, though, within the suppression group is they talked about, utilizing a database system, in this case in Terra. And as we go out on incidences, we are constantly going out and triaging homes, looking at defensible space, looking at what types of conditions those homes are, and putting that information into a system, which then can help us in the future when we do respond, help us make smart decisions on quantity of resources to send, where we can put people, where we can't put people. So that's a very minor investment, and I know I'm an ex officio. I'm not supposed to be telling people where to spend money or anything like that, but it's a pretty minor expense for a system that will give us, some tools to provide for, rapid response, right equipment for the right tool, right job, and safe response.
So if I could just elaborate on Matt's comments. So 34 years of fighting forest fires, 34 years, and Jim's probably the same. Every year, I would have people come up to me and say, I never thought it would happen to me. I never thought my house was going to burn down. I never thought my neighbor's house was going to burn down. I never thought my property was going to burn up. It happens to somebody every year. So these options, and I consider some of these options as recommendations, need to be explored further, prioritized, and the state of Oregon needs to be more aggressive in what we're doing out there so that we don't have people that say, it happened to me. They say, thank goodness I had defensible space around my house and I didn't lose everything. I didn't lose my entire investment. So it does happen to somebody every year, so.
Christian was next. Russ and Chris are in the queue.
So one of the things for the voting council members to consider, which I appreciate so much about what has been presented tonight, is balancing, or tonight, this morning, balancing the incentives and the benefits, or the make it easy for people to do versus the stick. Because oftentimes when we think about policies that are all about the incentives, those who get left behind are most vulnerable populations, people of color, and then we create disparities and institutional biases that we didn't intend. It wasn't done on purpose, but it's what happens when we focus purely on the incentive-driven perspective. And when we start to get into property rights, you're talking about people who have at least enough money to own something. And that leaves behind people who don't. And so all of these are important, but the trigger and the lever, we want to make sure we consider an equity lens to all of that, because that is going to create greater cost and greater disparity in this state.
Is this a follow-up on that? Or, so I'm going to let you cut in.
Okay.
Hold on, guys.
Thank you, everybody. Katrina Holland, Community Alliance of Tenants. Thank you, Kirsten, for that great segue. I was sitting here thinking, should I say this? One thing that the Wildfire Committee should consider is that close to 40% of our population are renters who do not have the ability to own something, nor have the ability, in some cases by statute, to be able to adjust structures to become defensible, nor to choose structures that are defensible. So if we do choose incentive-based choices or recommendations that prioritize the property rights of owners, we are leaving behind a significant portion of our population. And that covers a broad spectrum of who those people are.
Who wants to go next? Matt's in charge, by the way.
Thank you, Chris.
It's pretty well documented in the spending that happens during wildfire suppression, from the initial attack all the way through recovery, that local jurisdictions end up bearing the vast majority of that expense because of damage to infrastructure, damage and costs that often last a decade or more. And so as we're talking about solutions to this, I think there's a temptation, because we're under the governor's umbrella, to talk about the state and its responsibility and the cost to the state, but I just want to encourage us to keep broadening that to include the local jurisdictions. Maybe some of them don't want to hear that, but at the same time, they have the most to lose, because those are the jurisdictions that are going to end up bearing most of the cost. So the more we think about partnerships and sharing the cost, it also decreases that sticker shock number on the state side and distributes the responsibility among all jurisdictions.
Thanks. I think, Mark, you had a follow-up on that?
Yes. Thank you, Chris. I just spoke with my colleague, Commissioner Morgan, and counties want to be part of this. And, you know, it's going to be how it gets formed, but both of us said that as long as counties are brought along, which could be one of our recommendations there, that, you know, what is a WUI? We have federal land, so we can't just say, well, we'll pick a state definition or without incorporating that, because in her county, 68% is federal lands. So that's a big change. Baker County, 50%, it varies. You know, defensible space. Baker County, as part of our zoning ordinance, we require defensible space. So counties want to be part of this. I think we've seen what's been happening. We need to work with the insurance industry. In California, some of the insurance companies are requiring double defensible space, whatever in the world that means. You know, and hardening buildings. Fire bad. It is. And then, you know, when we talk to hardening, our planning departments, which may oversee the building departments or building codes, want to ensure that too, you know, and what is appropriate, because 40% of the homeowners or home residents are renters. You know, if all of a sudden we're putting $3,000 or $4,000 a house, then that impacts rent. You know, so we need to this is kind of a local, really a local discussion, driven obviously at the state level and by this Wildfire Council, and counties are really there. They want to get into it because we've seen what's happening and we understand the liability. But it's, you know, I think this could be an excellent tool to get that motivation moving forward.
Okay, we've got a couple minutes before we're going to hit break. I know Russ has got his hand up. I also do want to encourage, I was about to say, folks that we haven't heard from. I want to particularly encourage, and I think specifically the fire fighting community. So, Russ, can you just, I think we've got a hand raised here as well.
You sure?
Yeah.
So this is about the firefighters, actually, and this is one measure of our success is reduction of their risk and also reduction of the cost to the state. And I just want to remind this group, this is really the elephant in the room, and that is, in my first presentation of the facts that we're dealing with, Oregon has the fastest rate of growth within the wildland-urban interface of any state in the nation. That's our reality, so stop and think about that. We have not selected, in part of the recommendations to you, to stop the growth in the high-risk regions of the state. But we have the fastest rate of growth. So if you were to think about recommendations to reduce the risk to community, reduce the risk to firefighters, to reduce our overall costs, that is an issue that you will have to grapple with as a council as to what rate of growth you want to allow to continue in these high-risk zones and who's going to bear that cost.
Okay, thanks.
All right, just quickly, so happens, I do have a copy of my jurisdiction's analysis. This is a really good tool if anybody wants to look at it at the break. It talks about probability. The thing it does lack is where are those structures, where are those overlayers just truly of risk that we're looking for. There are models. I can run out to Bend and I can access some data that Bend Fire has put in there. And when we're talking about making informed decisions pre-incident, in response to the incident, and then one that we can't lose sight of is we don't want to take people from their homes. We're evacuating people and we're trying to make informed decisions on where are those areas that we can go level 1, 2, 3, what are sound trigger points? How do we repopulate and get people back in? But there is really no data to support that. And just short of a hood, a map, and a Crayola crayon, that might be the best thing, right? And so the more data layers that we can put in there, give us some talking points in our own community. There's stuff out there, Community Connect, where the resident can go in there and do their own assessment and add stuff. Good tools at a local level. We can synthesize it all, but.
Okay, everyone, thank you. It's been a great discussion. We, unfortunately, as I mentioned, we're on a very tight agenda and timetable today. I'm going to ask everybody to return right back. We're going to get going at 11:15. So, and thank you very much for all the great work. Great panel.
Okay, looks like we are coming back together. I am not going to be the reason that we get off schedule. That is not how I roll. So, good morning. We have heard one other time about communications, but through the course of the last 6 months, we've had a number of discussions, both at the committee level, at the council level, and in various agencies and entities up and through the governor's office. So Matt and I thought we should probably come together and address how we're going to move forward with this topic. So, given that the council is implementing the cohesive strategy in our operations, in our plan moving forward, we're aligning the communication strategy there to ensure that we're not out of whack, nothing's on the side, everything is parallel. Step one, as you all know, because you've heard it a number of times through every possible avenue, restore and maintain. These are examples. They're not all inclusive. I just want to make sure that we touch on the bases here. We're going to communicate. Prescribe burns. A lot of the folks in the room understand what that means. We understand what it means for our health. We understand what it means for our communities. Unfortunately, not every Oregonian has that base level of understanding that we have all worked so hard to achieve here at the council. Smoke management toolkit, supporting health monitoring efforts, engaging communities in the work that we're doing in fuels mitigation efforts. These are all things that's going to take more than just the siloed efforts that we have in place right now. Not negating how awesome those efforts are. I'm a little biased, but we do need to take a different approach. Looking at prescribed fire, managed wildfire, thinning projects, again, those are words that we understand, but we have to help the general public to have a better grasp of. And then, of course, supporting our local collaboratives. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay. So for 2, the fire-adapted communities. Prevention. Bigfoot, Smokey Bear. We know these, but it can't be the status quo of just amplifying the message that they're already putting out there. It has to be helping and embracing other ways of pushing this message. Educating Oregonians to reduce the risks. You've heard a lot about this already this morning with the wildfire risk assessment tools and all of those efforts that are out there. How do we communicate those so that folks know how to take advantage of them, how to use them to actually take matters into their own hands to do the right thing where they can? Defensible space, building codes. Now it feels a little redundant. I didn't realize just how much of this was going to be spoken right before I got up here. And supporting vulnerable populations. This is more than just looking at data. This is looking at how do we engage with nonprofits? How do we engage with agencies and entities that are charged with helping these citizens? How do we bring a holistic approach, kind of that bird's eye view, which is one of my buzzwords. How do we use that to make sure that we're hitting across the board as we're working to communicate with Oregonians? And then the third is responding. I'm not going to get up on my soapbox on this one, which is dangerous because I'm a little closer on this side. Training. How do we talk about that? How do we explain? How do we educate? Disaster response, evacuations. I've been on fires where people don't understand what ready, set, go really means. How do we make sure that we're getting that message across? Health overall, I went too fast. And then disaster recovery. I can tell you personally that I've spoken with people who have no idea how, and they have the best of intentions. So the good news here is that on these 3 prongs, the bar is low and the fruit is everywhere. So knowing what we have coming forth with the recommendations and the objectives from the council, that's the basis for your communication structure. So moving forward, you will have these recommendations, so you have the tool in your hand already for what we're communicating. The question is it data-driven? Who are we talking to? Who's doing the talking? What are the messages? And how are we doing so? I know that was fast. These are the major components in any solid communication strategy. Who are we talking to? Who's doing the talking? How are we getting it across, right? Is it social media? Is it face-to-face? If it's urban, that answer is very different than rural communities. And then for me, it's really about looking at these silos that we have of these agencies who work, public health working to message X, Y, or Z, or ODF working to message the pieces that really impact our stakeholders, our public, as it were. But how do you tap into those resources to bring it up to that bird's eye view again? And then how do you identify what's working? What can we triple down on? What are the wins that we already have? And then looking closer at the gaps that we have so we can bridge them. This is an example of a win. So 2017, you may remember a little eclipse situation that we had. So OEM, Andrew, I know you're here, took the lead and brought together 10 different state agencies. And we worked for a couple of months, a while, knowing and able to anticipate a growth in population in Oregon during peak wildfire season. We were working to push the message through all of the various lenses of the people at the table. So through that campaign, in 4 days, we tracked in mid-August, which again, in 2017, the conditions were not fun for what we were waiting for. 10 agencies, Keep Oregon Green, ODOT, OHA, Public Health. It was really every different lens. It was kind of like we saw this coming. Hundreds of thousands of visitors, 0 human-caused fires. We actually were lower than the 10-year average in August for fire starts. That's a win, and that's an example of doing it right, putting that targeted effort with targeted audiences, taking the same message and amplifying it depending upon who they're talking to. Another one, I think this was in the fire season update for the governor this year before season started. This number really stuck in my head. Smoke blog, I think 2 years you guys have had this up? 1 million hits in one fire season. People are taking advantage of the tools that we're putting out there if we're putting them out there in a way that they can actually utilize them. And then there's, okay, so I'm just ODF on this one because frankly, it was readily available. I look at this and I see opportunity. I talk about this data with my peers, both in private and public sector. And for me, you look at any piece of that pie and you can hit on public, private, nonprofit, state agency, governor's office, and we can choose which pieces and how we talk about them so that it's strategic and intentional to get the message across on what folks can do to not only prevent, but live with wildfire in Oregon. So I think I'm on time, right? Recommendation, knowing that we have an assortment of skill, an assortment of experience and subject matter experts within the communications realm, we need to tap on those, get them around the table, and have them discuss and figure out what are the next steps for creating and implementing the communication strategy. People who do this in their daily work, but maybe don't have that experience working with people public-private. How do we get across the demographics? How do we get across geography? So for me, Matt, and where we came to was we need a lead chair assigned by the chair of the council. We need some members, a timeline. We love deadlines in communications land. And to create and implement that strategy. And this goes along with, and Matt, I'll let you speak to this, where we are with other recommendations so that the drafting committee can look at this and establish what the real parameters need to be. And that's it. Any questions?
4 minutes to spare. No, we do want to leave time for questions. I should have repeated what I said this morning, which is at the outset, we predicted a lot of what the work would be. We set up committees, and everybody went out and did their stuff, and then there were some things that kind of crept up along the way. In hindsight, we should have assigned them to a committee. This was one of those, and actually kind of a big and obvious one. So thank you, Bobby, for stepping up and kind of organizing this. So what the intent here is to make sure that we include these within the council recommendations. The drafting committee will be taking this on. And so this is Bobby's, I think, very thoughtful recommendation for us to consider, is that we would, that the council would recommend, the creation of this work group to develop an integrated strategy, kind of interagency, not just interagency, kind of broader partnership, and specifically in support of the cohesive strategy. So it would be great to hear from council members if you think the drafting committee should be taking this, including this in our drafts, or if you think it's a waste of time. I'm going to guess nobody's going to say a waste of time. But any other wisdom that the council can provide?
I have a quick question. We have sent county staff to the cohesive wildfire strategy folks, and I'm not sure. I was just wondering, are we duplicating effort? Because they have we have a giant program in some of the Eastern Oregon counties, Joe Hessel's group, and I'm hoping somebody from ODF. But what are they doing? And to make sure that we're dovetailing together, honestly, I'm not that familiar, other than I know I send staff people to those meetings, and I see Travis nodding his head. So, but they're doing something, and how do we make sure, because it's the cohesive wildfire strategy, work group. Now, is that just a regional thing? Is that, I mean,
Yeah, so, my initial thinking is, we've said from the beginning, we're not going to duplicate efforts. And so I think what this is really about is taking a look at these specific recommendations that this group is going to be providing and ensuring that there's a supporting communication strategy. And I would guess that this work group would take an inventory of what's happening currently locally and seeing how we can align with what is, and perhaps enhance and, learn from what's happening locally.
I would actually agree with that. Part of the need is there are groups like that across the board, given the subject matter, timing, locality. And so it really is about identifying what we already have that works, and we do have a lot that works really well in the communications realm. It's just, again, that air traffic control bird's eye view to put the pieces together so that they can amplify rather than duplicating efforts.
That's a good point. Yes, Representative Marsh.
Thank you. I just wanted to add one quick observation, which is I think we're really going to want to think about what we want the public to go away with after they've heard this. One of the strong messages that I've heard in my community that I think, frankly, has been counterproductive is suggesting that it is the actions of fire agencies or the lack of actions of fire agencies or the certain strategies used by fire agencies that are actually the problem. And as a result, I don't think that we have developed the resilience that we need to have and the understanding of how we are actually responsible and, many of the things that you just laid out here and the defensible space conversation we just had, all of this is really about engaging the public in really productive ways. So I think we just have to be aware and sensitive to the fact that there may be some recommendations that are counterproductive in terms of engaging people, because I think when you say, well, it's their fault or that we need them to do something different, the public buys into that easily, because it's great to know if somebody else, if the U.S. Forest Service does something different, all of our problems will be solved. I'll buy into that, but that's not what we're trying to communicate here, I think.
And I actually, part of the struggle with communications is hitting that base level of understanding, which has been, you've all heard me speak to this, my favorite part of this group is watching that benchmark of understanding expand and seeing those aha moments across the table. If we're having them here at this level with these people in this room, imagine the opportunities with the public. So while I'm not saying it's easy, I know better, I do think that there are ways that we can consider who we're talking to and who's doing the talking and meet them where they are to, at the very least, provide some education opportunities. I still have friends who ask me how my job at Parks is. So helping people to understand the different roles that we're all playing within natural resources, within wildfire response, helping folks to understand the holistic picture, I think is piece by piece the overarching goal. Does that help?
Okay, one more, and then we're going to try to keep on the agenda here. So, yes, Carla.
So my sense after listening to this morning's presentation is, at the end of the day, our best communication is how do we motivate the next million Oregonians to really be sure they understand and get defensible space around their home, and how do they upgrade their own home and upgrade with the right building materials. So it seems to me that is not common knowledge among Oregonians. And so one of the most important communication tools we need to consider is what sales or what communication goes on those building materials that are productive in this arena, and how do we best communicate and motivate the next million people to help us toward this goal, the next million Oregonians. And I think that's very, very doable. There's some of us in this room that have helped create multi-billion-dollar markets, and good education and good communication is everything when that consumer is making choices.
And again, it's those aha moments, right? So I've actually seen it since I've been at forestry. Spoke with a reporter yesterday who wants to look at, since we've had a mild season, what does that look like for you guys in the off season? And one of the first things that we start talking about is defensible space. It's helping to empower and educate Oregonians so that they know that's the time of year that you should be doing that, rather than calling us in the middle of August to ask how you can work on defensible space around your house, because don't do that.
Okay, I'm going
We
to
good?
move on to the next. We've got a very tight schedule, and the governor's going to be here in less than an hour and a half. So I'm going to turn it over next to Stefan, who's going to address utilities.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Matt. And I'll invite some of my colleagues to maybe join me up at the front of the table. Thanks, Matt, for giving us 30 minutes here to talk about the utility topic, and I think in the same theme that we're addressing, you know, all the wildfire-related issues, the term cohesive strategies really applies strongly to the utility piece of this. First, want to thank my colleagues from Southern Oregon driving all the way up here for this discussion today. Commissioner Morgan's been referenced a couple times, and Sarah Rubrecht, who heads up emergency management down in that area, have joined us for this conversation, as well as Julie Peacock from the Oregon PUC, Director of Policy, and my colleague Ed Alaki, who's Vice President of Regulation at Pacific Power. Maybe some context, as Matt noted, this one's maybe a little unusual. We really fit in almost every category of adaptation, mitigation, suppression. We're very engaged with a number of parties around this table. Thank you again to the firefighters and Oregon Department of Forestry and others that we work with every season when fires occur, you know, whether they're initiated by a power line, which is a key topic of what I'll focus on in this discussion, or more likely it's lightning or, you know, any number of other causes. It's often our fire breaks created by our right-of-ways that are integral to that. Protecting our employees and de-energizing lines in those conditions is something we commonly do. And again, most often we're able to not have to take power off of customers because we can reroute around our network and keep the lights on, if you will, during those conditions. But I think as all of us have focused on this committee, this council, you know, things have changed. You know, why are we here? Why are we talking about the utility issue? And what's the question for Oregon is really a statutory one. You know, today we're operating in a largely voluntary framework, and, you know, our company, as well as others, we coordinate very heavily with Portland General and the other utilities in the state, including the munis, co-ops, PUDs, and the federal government that operates the Bonneville Power Administration system. This is a obviously intense, highly important topic for the industry in light of what's happened in California. As Matt noted, this really doesn't need an introduction in terms of why we need to respond to the issue. The question is, what do we do? And that's what we'll focus this discussion today. And that discussion is not limited to just utility response, but also how we interact with our partners. And this year, in response to particularly the Paradise issue, that's just an unacceptable outcome. We can't afford that exposure to human life and property. You know, we needed to respond aggressively, and we did. And we knew that in that aggressive response, it would have burdens not only on our own staff and company, but on our partners, particularly those in emergency services around the state. But in terms of those that have been at the table, so to speak, since there isn't a committee, if you will, formed for this, maybe some backdrop on who's been engaged in this process. As you've got the two-page document that we sent out in advance that referenced PacifiCorp's recommendations, but please understand that the dialogue, again, particularly here in Oregon, has been very intense across a wide sector. The PUC in particular has convened a dialogue not only of parties affected here in Oregon, but across the western U.S. There's a group of states across the West Coast, plus Nevada and a Canadian province that have all signed a memorandum of understanding to work together to collaborate to address the impacts of climate change. And wildfire, you know, is one of those issues that was the first opportunity for that group to come together and engage this dialogue. Also brought in other states, including Idaho and others that are affected by this. My company, which is owned by Berkshire Hathaway Energy, serves 6 states under PacifiCorp. We're also the large utility provider in Nevada, and we operate a transmission grid in Alberta. And so when this issue came up, we didn't just address it in isolation for Pacific Power, but we looked across, all 7 of those states, plus the province in Canada, and said, what are the best practices? Let's get after it. But the reflections, and I'll kind of flip to the slide presentation to dive in here. The recommendation that is in front of this council in response to this outsized exposure related really to the issue of utility ignition, the risk there is naturally much greater than most other sources of ignition, because they tend to occur during those most extreme conditions. If you can imagine high winds with high fuel load and high temperatures and low relative humidity, the likelihood of a fast-moving catastrophic wildfire is much increased. Thus what we've seen in California with the devastating impacts there. Thankfully, we haven't seen that in Oregon, but the time now is to act to ensure that we don't have those consequences. So what we're recommending is that we develop a statutory policy statement that would say these are the elements of a cohesive, holistic wildfire mitigation plan. Thankfully, again, we've learned from a lot of the best practices that have been developed in the last couple of years to apply to that. We're not stipulating exactly what those are, what they would cost. What we are saying is let's create a process for all the utilities in the state to file a plan with the Regulatory Commission, follow a prudent review process, and based on that review, costs would be authorized and plans would be executed. So as Matt has highlighted, for the council, a plan without funding isn't much of a plan. Here it's important that we go through a rigorous review to do what is prudent for the state. The goals, comprehensive in the context of what that entails, both in the terms of resilience, which you can think of things like incremental vegetation management, more tree trimming. Again, we spend on the order of $50 million a year trimming millions of trees, across a large footprint. The supermajority of that is in the state, in Oregon, across 6 states that we serve. But there's more that we can do, should be doing, where we know there are areas of high risk. We heard last meeting from OSU and the scientists that have developed over the many years, fire threat mapping tools. We use those identical tools, but applied specifically to the transmission grid to say, what if there's an ignition on our system? How might that proceed? And so it's using those same pretty sophisticated technology to say that is where we need to focus our attention on a risk-based approach to focus our operational changes as well as investments in hardening to the system in those areas. And the type of hardening, just as an example, that could be involved could be anything from, instead of wood poles, you have steel poles, to the conductors that you see traversing the countryside in high-risk areas with dense vegetation. You'd put in covered conductors, such that if a tree falls or debris were to hit those lines, that line is not going to arc and potentially spark a fire. And again, those are the conditions that we watch very carefully. Situational awareness. I'll speak to last Sunday. I spent all day in our office. We had our communications to our operations personnel visibly watching Northern California, Utah, and we're communicating as well with folks in Nevada as high winds were coming through each of those areas, again, in very dry conditions with high fuel load. We didn't go into a public warning, but we were watching those conditions very closely. We literally had people across several miles of line looking for flying debris, mylar balloons, tarps, anything of that nature in those conditions that could, in fact, cause a spark. We were in close communication with firefighting management who could get there in 10, 15 minutes. If such a thing were to occur, we're looking very carefully where the wind's blowing and what actions would be taken in the event something were to occur. And thankfully, no actions were needed to be taken, but it's that situational awareness and having tools on the spot with much more localized information. And there again, thanks to the PUC, we had a convening in Southern Oregon in Medford a few months ago, where again, all the parties that are involved in this subject We're there and discussing, how we can better collaborate. And one of the, again, positive changes that we have incorporated already is coordination with ODF, putting cameras on their lines or our lines so that they've got better triangulation capability to identify and respond to a fire much more rapidly. We similarly are putting up weather monitoring, down in the localized areas so we can know in real time what the conditions are. We're not just relying on airport data or other information that's not as precise, so that we can be surgical about the lines that we might in fact have to isolate. So you hear the words for the first time in our industry, public safety power shutoff, where, against our core DNA and what we are here to do is to provide safe, reliable, affordable power 24/7. There are conditions, as I've mentioned, with particularly high winds and other factors that would cause us to step back and say, that community is at risk. We need to actually de-energize the line proactively. If we do that, that incurs its own risk, as you're going to hear soon from Lily and Sarah. And that has to be considered as we go through that. And of course, we want to minimize that exposure as much as possible. And there are things that we can do. Thankfully, as we look at our data and we looked at the probability of such an event occurring, it's very rare. In the last decade, there have been only 1 or 2 circumstances where we would have actually pulled that trigger, shut the power off. But if we do that, to the prior conversation, communication's essential. So we have a plan that starts 7 days in advance where we would engage public agencies, and as we get closer to, say, 48 hours, we'd have public communication through social media and other venues to ultimately making that decision in real time, as well as when we can re-energize, which means we need to go out and monitor that line physically and ensure that everything is safe and we can restore that energy. Again, thankfully, the summer, we have yet to have had to pull that trigger, but working with our partners, particularly on the emergency services side, is absolutely critical. So the return on investment, we've talked a lot about that in this council. I think, there we have outsized consequences, of course, that, easily warrant a modest incremental regulatory impact that we think is prudent to ensure that, at least for the 3 large investor-owned utilities in the state that serve 70% or so of the customers in the state, there is a regulatory process that can be followed. Now, for the munis and the co-ops, the PUDs, and the federal administration, let Julie maybe speak to kind of where the PUC's jurisdiction, stops. But we believe the recommendations we're making, frankly, could apply to and should apply to, any utility in the state that, has this responsibility. Again, a lot of dialogue is occurring, with our partners that together, operate the grid that serves all customers in the state. So with that, I'm going to stop and then turn over the next segment to Lily and Sarah, and we'll take questions here at the end.
Thank you, everybody. As you know, Josephine County has been at the height of the fires. We're the big red circle in the bottom left corner. And we really, what I would want to reiterate is at the county level is where we meet the people. And so as much as regulation and everything comes to place, the safety of our community as a local public health authority, as emergency management, and everything that falls under the county is critical. We do planning activities in preparation for any events that come in the community, and our utilities as a whole have not been at the table before the attention that Paradise brought. And it wasn't adversarial, it was just we're all doing different things. But this year, some of the things that kind of got on our radar is we had about 2 weeks' notice before this plan was implemented. We first were notified on May 17th that it was even potentially coming. On May 23rd was the first meeting with stakeholders, and the plan was implemented on June 1st, which was the beginning of fire season. And so we scrambled to see, do we ask that this stop? Do we bring litigation to bring this to a stop because we know it's not brought local feedback? Instead, we opted to join in and throw all our resources in to help. And with that, you can see that a couple areas have been identified. We have the high consequence areas that are identified in orange. This was based on a formula used in California, but the process in California was many years long to come up with that formula, and that was not utilized locally. It was just kind of, well, let's just use theirs and do it here. And then the potential public safety power shutoff areas where the de-energization zones, I can say it really, are in blue, those are based on the engineering of the grid. So not necessarily where all the risk is, but the grids are big enough with engineering issues that there's some issues there. We wanted to bring some challenges to your awareness. The timing was very short as far as right at the start of fire season. If a fire had started this year, all planning would have been out and we would have been implementing everything and just kind of going with it. But the criteria in determining the fire high consequence areas really needs to utilize what we already have in place in Oregon in identifying the local resources, reports, and stakeholders and what our actual areas should be. And with the potential public safety power shutoff areas, or the PDZs, we're currently operating, local government and the utilities are operating off of different data sources. So when you come up with criteria of these are the criteria that will initiate the shutoff, we're gathering data from different locations. So, okay, is this going to trigger? Nope, that's not going to trigger. Wait, what's going to trigger? Well, because government and non-government don't have equal access, there could be issues with that. There's some risks that come with shutting off power to our citizens. Red Cross has notified us they will not activate shelters for public safety power shutoffs. And in our community, they are the only source of sheltering of citizens in an emergency. And the county has no sheltering capability. So if Red Cross will not come to the table, who takes care of those people that are critically vulnerable to power situations? And resource centers are needed, and currently Pacific Power has a contractor to provide this for us, but we're working together to determine those predetermined locations of where those shelters will go and what exactly are going to be the requirements for them. As has been said previously by Bobby, the education outreach continues to be a high priority, and many of the challenges that we face, either in summer or wintertime, is related to communication. What we found is we agreed to a communication strategy regarding the power shutoffs, but this summer what we faced is there was maintenance issues that didn't follow that same notification process. So all of a sudden we have people without power and they're wondering, was this a power safety shutoff? What's going on that I don't know about? And so we need consistent policy over all types of shutoff, not just the public safety power shutoffs, and determining a consistent messaging of when is the utility speaking with the local government and when is the utility communicating with the public. And I would like to reiterate, we bring together the citizen alert notification systems through our emergency management. And so we have that notification process. So that communication needs to be allowed and frequent so that we know how to notify our folks. It still does not address the liabilities that are there and how long that power would be off for those critically vulnerable citizens. I'm going to pass on now to Sarah Rubricht, our emergency manager, and she can cover the rest.
Thanks, Commissioner Morgan, and thank you to all of you for allowing us to be here today. We have the pleasure of having dealt with this situation first. There are 3 Southwest Oregon counties and 1 Northern Oregon county that have been put in the situation of dealing with public safety power shutoffs. As Commissioner Morgan mentioned, we had about 3 weeks to prepare for the plan being implemented in our area. And we were definitely not happy to begin with. We kicked and screamed and asked a whole lot of questions, and then we finally realized that we needed to buckle down and figure out how to get through this fire season, get through this situation, and know that with our partners at the utility and in both Jackson, Josephine, in all 3, Jackson, Josephine, and Douglas counties, we were going to work together over the non-fire season to shore up some of those plans that we had come up with. So some of the challenges that we're going to share with you today are what we have come up with in just the short amount of time we've been dealing with this issue. Pacific Power asked us as locals for some very specific data. They wanted to know about our critical infrastructure and some of the power dependencies that those critical infrastructure locations had. And so We have a lot of data on locations and who lives at those critical infrastructure places, but we don't have the information readily available, or didn't, about their power dependencies and how long they could sustain themselves off of commercial power. So we found ourselves having to go back out and resurvey some of those partners and find out what their dependencies were. Also, when we talk about critical infrastructure, which we do currently have quite a bit of data on, we're also dealing with critical facilities. Critical facilities, as it relates to power dependency, is a little bit different. We now have to encompass all of those people who are medically dependent on commercial power, and they now become critical facilities to us. So we don't have that kind of data readily available to us, and that's something that we're still working on, trying to gather that data and figure out what we do with it. We are currently working with Oregon Health Authority and the local liaisons through the Oregon Health Authority to try to bring together all of the medical providers to identify who those critical customers are, what capabilities do they have, what do they not have, how do we identify them, how do we gather that data, do we want that data, and then who can we share that data with, because it is all medically protected by HIPAA. And so we have to be very, very careful. Can we give that information back to the utilities? If we do, will something good come of that? Will they be able to re-engineer their lines, their systems, to either reroute power around some of those areas or prioritize their re-energization of those facilities? We don't know those answers yet. So we have created, in order to try to streamline some of that data collection, Josephine County has created a GIS database with a survey that has been sent out to all critical partners and will be sent out to all medical providers to try to gather some of that very specific power information and put into a GIS database that will be available to all 4 of the impacted counties. We've sent out the survey, we've started collecting some of that information, but there is an awful lot of work left to be done. And since there's only 4 counties currently impacted, it's a big load to create such a process by such small counties that also suffer from a very, very busy wildfire season on a regular basis. So what you see there is a snapshot of just the beginnings of our database. Again, it was created in Josephine County, but shared with all 4 counties to be available for their use. So as we try to shove all of our information into a very short amount of time, a few of the recommendations that we've come up with together is to coordinate with local fire plans. A lot of us in Southwest Oregon have worked really, really hard on creating an integrated fire plan that has a lot of information about current conditions and the resources that are available for utilities and others in our areas. I would encourage you to, as utilities specifically, to work with some of the knowledge and the infrastructure that already exists to gather data. I would love to see a much more robust and much more streamlined process to identify fire high consequence areas. I believe that this goes right hand in hand with some of the discussions this morning that we had about mapping high fire hazard areas. I would like to see a statewide process as opposed to using something that California is using that doesn't always work for us here. Also, a statewide database for critical facilities and infrastructure. As I mentioned before, we've created our own database, but there is nothing that exists at the state level to this degree to collect the information that we're being asked to collect and share. A statewide process identified for medical data. We are working on that. However, I'm not quite sure if it will ever be accomplished. It is a monumental task, and there are many, many agencies involved, although we have a lot of people who are working very hard to make that happen. Again, we're still only 4 small counties that are working to accomplish that task. Funding for alternate power for critical infrastructure, hospitals, police, fire, communication sites. A lot of us who have critical infrastructure don't have robust backup generation systems. Some of us have power generation that can get us through a couple of hours, maybe even a couple of days, but some of those critical infrastructure facilities are working at decreased capacities through that time. So some additional funding or opportunities to help us get through some of that additional power generation problem. Again, increased vegetation management around power lines statewide, addressing some of the rights-of-way risk when you can only handle the vegetation in your actual rights-of-way, there still can be hazards right outside. Working with landowners to try to identify some of those hazards just outside the rights-of-way, I think there's still some work that needs to be done there. Hardening of lines, as Stefan mentioned, and I would really like to see Pacific Power work over this winter season, creating smaller zones throughout their territory to help us shrink down some of those PDZ areas. As we all know, we had a very short period of time to work through this. There was a lot of things that were thrown up on a map. We dealt with it this year, but throughout this winter season, I think that we can probably fine-tune some of that and shrink some of those areas so we have less impact to the citizens. And again, my message is coordinate with local counties early and often. We want to be a resource to all of you, not just utilities and not just Pacific Power, but to all utilities. So any other kind of a resource that you need from the local level, there is at least 36 emergency managers throughout the state who are anxious and eager to help you do that. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I know we're pushing on time, but Julie, can you provide a quick perspective on the regulatory process at the PUC?
Sure. I'm Julie Peacock, the Director of Policy with the Public Utility Commission. I'll just give just a brief few sentences about what the Public Utility Commission does. We're a regulatory agency that regulates the rates of the state's investor-owned utilities, which are Portland General Electric, Pacific Power, and Idaho Power. Our authority also extends to enforcing the National Electrical Safety Code. Generally, our process at the Commission looks like the utilities make a filing with us. We review that filing for prudence. The utilities make suggestions about where they might make investments, and then our Commission reviews those costs to ensure that they're prudent for ratepayers to pay those costs. And then once it's approved, the utilities can include those investments as part of the rates that residential, commercial, and industrial customers pay.
Thank you. So I know we're used up our time, Matt, but happy to take any questions if we can address those. Again, thank you all.
Yes, Alan?
Stefan, I guess the question I have is Bonneville. They're a huge player in our state, in California, and are they coordinating their policy at the federal level? And you know, they shut down the main transmission lines. There's more than just a few lights go out.
Yeah. So they did speak at the legislature last week as well and commented on, you know, what they do. Yeah, I think the good news on one hand is on those large high voltage lines, the right-of-ways are larger, the span lengths are quite a bit wider, and so it's much more difficult for and much lower likelihood of ignition to occur, you know, in those areas as a starting point. But to your point, they cover a good chunk of the state. You know, that grid is interconnected, and so we generally can move around, you know, if one line does go out, and I don't know that they've de-energized in the past. I couldn't speak to that, but, you know, they are at the table, but it is run by the federal government and under the, you know, different set of rules. So, you know, it's something where we have to engage. I would just comment that at the federal level, you know, myself and a number of the CEOs in the West Coast are actively engaged with the DOE, DOI, USDA, U.S. Forest Service, you know, all of those agencies to improve our ability to access roads, to perform vegetation management on federal rights-of-way, including addressing hazard trees and doing maintenance. In the past, that's been a very lengthy process, and we can't get in there and do work that needs to be done on a timely basis. So we're now being supported with an effort that started in California to span out across the system to have master permits in place that, you know, we're all developing as we speak to, you know, speed our ability to get into those federal right-of-ways. But hopefully that's somewhat helpful.
Okay. We are.
I have another question. I'm poking at a whole different dimension, whether it's appropriate to bring it up at this particular point with the utilities, but that's a question of the forest versus energy. And I remember sitting probably 7 or 8 years ago when we were going through I would call it a lot of debate on energy costs, and at the time we were considering solar, we were considering wind and wave, and also at the table was the question of generating energy with biomass. And of course, with the supply of cheap natural gas and whatever, that's pretty well disappeared off the table. But I would argue, I think there's some day in the future it may come back. And the reason I'm bringing this up, and Stefan, don't shoot me, is the fact that I think we didn't talk about fire back in those days. And I think if there was a future debate, which you tell me when the price of natural gas is going to go back up, but when we start really talking about looking at alternative and sustainable energy resources, biomass energy is sustainable and is a real source, especially, and we call it the Saudi Arabia biomass, which is Oregon. And my point is, as it relates to the fire situation, is and when you start talking about trying to get rid of biomass fuels out in the forest, there's two sources or three sources. One, you've got harvesting operations. We have what we call logging slash, and we burn that. And Kristen, you'll be happy to know we can bring it in and put it into a biomass boiler where we have controlled pollution. We have different gas emissions. It's a whole different world. And if we can commercialize some of that material and get the cost to the point, which is subsidized effectively by the price of power, we start to, I would say, develop an alternative source and procedure in developing that surplus of growth that's taking place in our forest. And we look at thinning operations, even on a commercial basis, we call it the third leg of the stool. You've got nice logs. Chris, you talked about your program down in your watershed. If you had a biomass boiler in that area where somebody was paying you to take tops and whatever, I think it would reduce your costs substantially in terms of trying to protect the ground you have. And when we talk about the just going out in the forest, one, going in there and trying to thin biomass, that's incredibly expensive. But secondly is the idea that you do have that marketplace. And I think we could reduce the cost substantially in terms of what I would call thinning. And also we create a tool with prescribed burning. By removing the bulk of the biomass, you may still want to do some prescribed burns, but the volume of material going up in smoke. And secondly, there's real value there. So I would just advocate, whether it's a footnote someplace in our proposal, that that's something down the road I think we ought to be putting on the plate.
So thank you, Alan. I'm going to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I did. So you'll have to forgive me, this is not, I had no idea that this was happening. It's quite surprising. Conceptually, it makes sense, but I am worried about some of the adverse effects that have happened. So for folks that have gone through a PDZ zone, what has the feedback loop been like for potential adverse effects from residents? Have they reported any to you?
So,
What have they been?
yeah, we reached out. We have our hospitals, our care providers, and different groups that we've recognized. But a couple things to think about. Everybody's moved towards cell phones and cordless phones in their homes. If there's de-energizing, how do they notify 911 when they have an emergency? The other thing is when the de-energizing zones, we are told that they're going to walk the entire lines before they bring the energy back. It could be up to a week of without power. So without a solar or a backup battery for those medical facilities and maybe a small group home that's for elderly or something like. I have a huge retirement community, so they don't have a lot of income above Social Security dependent income. So they might even own a house, but their income's $700 a month. So to be able to afford getting a solar or a battery backup or a generator that can last a week in high fire season, so you also have to be careful about small engines. Those are all things that we're having to take care of, and identifying who do you go check on if that power is out for how long. The good thing is what we're looking at and planning for now in the fire would affect any emergency that our communities down the road would be able to deal with. We have had storms that the snow has taken power out for a couple weeks. Look at Lane County, look at Douglas County this year earlier with those trees that went down all over. And also if ever a huge earthquake or Cascadia. So we're trying to prepare resilient communities. But in the meantime, if you don't have that shelter zone for somebody who's without power, our hospitals cannot take everybody that would need to come in. and they operate on different capacity when they're on generator backup for staffing and various things than they do when they have full energization.
Do you have a sense of what the adverse
We haven't had to go through one yet. This just got implemented in June 1st. Fortunately, we had a different fire season this year. Our closest to it was the maintenance shutdowns that were like, what was that? You know, that kind of thing. So we haven't had any shutoffs yet. Is that safe?
So from a process standpoint, just to keep us on, well, try to get back on the agenda, I would just say this is, the utilities plan is something that the drafting committee will consider. Sounds like there's a lot of energy on this. Feel free to email me with any input or feedback. Alan, specifically to your question around biomass energy, as you recall, there were kind of a list of further study needed. So that is specifically in that. And so the drafting committee will be debating whether or not there would be further study warranted on biomass energy. So that's going to be more than just a footnote. It'll be an area that we're gonna investigate.
Okay, thank you.
Can
All
I
right,
just
I'd
10
like-
seconds, Matt?
Oh, yes, Stefan.
Yeah, so one, Alan, I appreciate the comment. I think what is different, to your point, you know, fire wasn't part of that conversation, I don't believe, in the past, and, you know, the long-term credible supply of, you know, wood products into a biomass facility is, I think, been a longstanding, you know, key issue. And then I would just comment briefly on this whole conversation around, you know, community impacts, and again, thankfully, we haven't had one. So, you know, there have been no adverse impacts of, you know, that potential trigger, but this will be an evolving issue. You know, so we're providing temporary spaces where people can electrify, get information, you know, have AC, have, you know, the conditions they need. But as we move along, you know, we're going to improve, you know, on this process, and that's going to require that kind of partnership as we move along.
Okay, we're going to have to shut down. Please, everybody send me comments. I just want to say thank you again for the driving up here. It's very, very helpful to the council's deliberations. All right, next up on our very tight agenda, is the insurance discussion, and Andrew is not here, so I'm sorry, TK?
Is it? There we go. Okay. So TK Keene, Deputy Administrator for the Oregon Division of Financial Regulation, here for Andrew Stolfi, who unfortunately had a prior commitment and couldn't join us this afternoon. I will endeavor to get us back on track as best I can, and I don't know where the clicker went. So joining me for some commentary today is Eric Cutler, who is a member of the council and can also give the industry perspective. I'm here speaking to the regulatory perspective, and most of our focus is on protecting consumers and also being basically the referee in the market in respect to the consumer and industry interactions. So most of my comments today are going to focus on homeowners policies, the state of the market currently in terms of homeowners policies, and maybe some things that we could do to assist the council in these efforts in terms of stuff we could do ourselves or data that we could bring back to this council for further discussion. So for most people, when they think about their day-to-day lives, their biggest asset is their home, and so typically what we see is, that's where we get most of the dialogue around wildfire coverages and what occurs in the market, and also concern given the events in California as to what the overall health of the market is. I would drop a marker on a couple other areas. One would be renters insurance. I know that's been a topic here at the council. And we can discuss in greater detail perhaps when we have more time, and the division itself can do more research, but realizing that's a bit of a complication. And also business coverage, which again, is a type of coverage. People insure their businesses a variety of different ways. And so you're getting a holistic picture of both the need for businesses to address their risks and also the coverage available. Maybe not as clear of sight lines into that discussion as we have within the homeowner space, just in terms of the data that the division collects up. So the Oregon market as a whole, at least along homeowners lines, from the feedback we received and the data that we collect, is relatively healthy. Currently, we have 149 companies that are licensed to write homeowners policies in the state. There are, checking with our consumer advocacy team, very few complaints regarding affordability or access to coverage issues that come to us, and we get thousands of complaints and email inquiries and phone calls each year. So from the dialogue that's bubbling, at least to the division, and we have a pretty robust outreach function, not getting a lot in terms of people having problems accessing coverage, and that applies generally to homeowners policies and to business policies. Would actually point out, and go into the next slide here, this is the total premium written by year for homeowners policies, and as you can see here, it's a steady climb for the most part, which even though it's only one data point, I would just share out of this. You're not seeing huge spikes, you're not seeing huge dips, and so it's a feedback loop that's telling us that people are continuing to write coverage, people are continuing to buy coverage, and we would expect to see maybe some different outcomes if that wasn't the case. For those that cannot find coverage in the admitted markets or the traditional markets, one area that they can seek coverage is through the Oregon Fair Plan, and it's a market of last resort for Oregonians to turn to. I did have a chance to speak to their director before this meeting, and I think just another data point for this council to consider. They are not, I guess, they are open for business and would consider taking on more because they're just not getting a high volume of traffic and people accessing the market of last resort. It is a pretty bare bones policy. It does work to qualify as an insurance for the purposes of a mortgage, so lenders recognize it as coverage, but the actual coverage provided is pretty limited. I believe it's $400,000 on a personal dwelling and $600,000 on a commercial dwelling. So turning to Oregon Fire Marshal fees, I think we've all heard at the council the great work that the Fire Marshal does, and we collect an assessment that goes to the Fire Marshal. When I checked, and Jim may check me on this, but the amount we collected last fiscal year was about $13 million. And so we do hold back a de minimis portion of that just for debt collection efforts because people do not pay the assessment and we have to go pursue them. But at least in terms of that, that is one source of funding that goes to the Fire Marshal that would impact these efforts here. The 1.15% assessment, it's collected across 6 different policy types, all that have some element of fire to them. So there is a proportional breakout, and we can provide that to the council, but that's probably a level of detail that's not needed right now. So turning to the themes generally of the council and looking at how we can build resilient communities, one of our focuses at the division has been on affordability and access. And as I'd mentioned before, the data that we have thus far would at least point to a healthy market for Oregon, so I won't further belabor that point. But would just say that there are things that the division could do to kind of bolster that data that we collect in and also feed into the work of the council here. One item top of mind is we do conduct data calls to industry, and so those go out to all of our insurance companies. They are required per the insurance code to respond to those inquiries timely and truthfully. And they're a great source of data for us. And so one item we could consider is building a comprehensive data call that would take into account maybe some of the data that would even help Jim, such as total insured value sorts of numbers, to give a complete picture as to what the market looks like, and also like maybe where there are any holes or areas of concern. Another thing we could do is, given how people choose to insure their businesses a variety of different ways, we could also do some data calls to the commercial market and identify gaps in coverage, or maybe spots where we're just not hearing the conversation bubble. We do a lot of outreach efforts, and as I'd mentioned previously, we don't hear, by and large, through those outreach efforts, a lot of dialogue right now about people not being able to find coverage. We have had a few situations where someone has approached us or let us know that, hey, I got canceled on a policy, but I went to my agent and they were able to find me a comparable policy relatively quickly. So I think that's just still feeling like, between that information and the FAIR Plan information, a bit like the market right now is pretty dramatically different perhaps from what's seen in California. But as I'm mentioning these items here, conditions can change rapidly, as we all know. And I think just having a benchmark that we can look to in terms of data, in terms of what's going on in 2019 in the market, 2020 in the market, and seeing how things change would be something valuable that would help out the committee, or the council, sorry. We also already monitor closely what our neighboring states do in terms of insurance, and continue to monitor that dialogue to see if any of the western states come up with any new innovative pilots or other items that they're taking from an insurance perspective to face these challenges. In terms of mitigation, we like to think of this as a coercive tool that can really be used to drive consumer and policyholder behavior. One outcome at the extreme end of this is that carriers just don't write coverage. And Eric can speak to that perhaps in a bit greater detail, what the decision points there are. But another is, providing an incentive program to mitigate, to create that protective space that we're all talking about, to use fire-hardened materials when you're building or reconstructing structures. And so I'd be remiss if I didn't say that any kind of incentive program or any kind of assessment or fee that would be attached has to be thought of too as a pass-through cost to from the insurance company to the policyholder. Insurers don't typically hold on to those costs; they pass them right on through. And so I think that's a valuable consideration in considering the policy choices faced by the council. In terms of suppression, I think another policy choice here could be, providing Jim with some additional resources out of that assessment that already exists, and perhaps revisiting the current parameters of that and what makes sense given the work of this council. A couple items I'll mention really quickly. I dropped the marker previously on renters insurance. Renters typically would cover the personal property of the tenant, and the landlord's policy would be the one that would be pointed to for the structure. But I know that there have been situations where there's been additional details or facts where that may not always be the case, and happy to dive into that concern further and report back to the council on those sorts of situations. Finally, one possible place where someone could pick up coverage would be through the surplus lines, and that's just similar to the market of last resort, but it's a form of coverage that handles somewhat unique risks, or risks that carriers just won't take in the admitted markets. A good example could be, if you have a large structure, $500,000, $1 million house that you built 3 miles from the last fire line, and really want to buy insurance for that. You could go to a surplus lines carrier and perhaps have that written and priced and the whole thing. A bit of field perhaps from what we're considering, but we do hear of those situations from time to time as people consider insurance in the context of wildfires. So next steps, happy to be part of this group and have the division and Andrew be part of this group and lead a subgroup into this if this is something that's of interest. Happy to provide data back to this group and proceed and work through the questions, whatever you all think is the best course. You know, at this point, I think it would be helpful for Eric from the industry perspective to share a few words as far as what's been presented and also maybe some of the insurance work streams for the council.
Thanks, TK. Once upon a time, we had to do an interview with with the media, and it was a long time ago. I used to work there. They referenced him as TK Cutler and me as you know, Eric Keene. So we've done this shtick before, unfortunately for him. So yeah, I'm going to keep it brief because we're out of time. So the general, I don't speak for industry, but I've been in the industry. I just counted it, 32 years, to included a tour of duty with DFR and myself, and it is extraordinarily competitive. You can find policies, I can tell you that. It may not be the policy you wanted or the price you wanted, but it's very competitive. Some of the other items I'd like to touch on is that it's evolving rapidly and not necessarily in a bad way for a state like Oregon. It has what I call tough but fair regulatory environment. We have to file your rates and your forms and get these approved in the state of Oregon, and if they are inadequate rates, you will hear from them. If they are excessive rates, you will hear from them. But if they are within what I call keeping us between the lines, it creates a competitive environment where carriers will find a way, if they build a defensible space, they will find a way to right that risk. If we take the route that California did, which suppress pricing artificially because they think it's good for consumers, or let's force you to write in places you shouldn't write, we make Jim's job harder. So he calls it coercive. I like to say we incent them through availability and better pricing to do the right thing with your property. So, you know, salesmanship, my friend. Last thing I want to touch on, because we're out of time, and I will bow out and let some questions, is I wrote it this way, and it's silly, to encourage DFR to continue to reach out to industry and all industry stakeholders to, you know, when bills develop from this workflow stream. That's the attorney speak that I got on this, and it's basically, they do this already. As a bill will move down a workflow stream, we'll get outreach, the trades will get outreach, the people around this table that have spoken up will likely get an outreach. It's a great environment. We don't always win, but we have a say. So, lastly, we have a regulator that actually regulates, but also is looking forward to making the insurance industry strong, because a strong industry is a helpful industry. A weak industry, you lose availability, you lose affordability. So I'll leave it at that. I'm over.
Russ?
Thank you. A number of years back, 2014, Laura Cowley worked with Senator Roblin and Senator Bertschiger, who's on this council, and did an assessment of the ORS Chapter 731 with the 1.15% assessment against all policies. And Laura came back with a report that identified how many policies there were in the state. Could you remind me how many policies there are? How many homeowners policies there are?
I don't have that data right in front of me. I know we've got it, but I think it's like 740,000 comes to mind.
Okay, so Laura gave assessments of an increase in the fee from 1.15%, and I think it brought it up by $100 per policy, and it was going to generate, if I'm not mistaken, about $133 million a year to advance fire protection strategies across mitigation, suppression, and land use at that time. Am I correct? Is that close to the number that was?
I have not seen that memo, so no, I don't know of that, but you know, if that's a piece of information that'd be valuable, happy to try to find it.
My point is that the state, through Senate Bill 357, came up with recommendations based upon work that your insurance company, the commissioner at the time, drove. The great thing is you have a collection mechanism already in place.
Yes.
The good news is it's an extraordinarily low rate of 1.15%. The question is the public will there to see that rate increase both on the commercial line and on the private line?
All right, I get the Darth Vader cape here on that. No, not really. Yeah, I think that there is a direct physical correlation between what Jim's office does. All those structures you talked about, you saved, a lot of them were insured. There is a direct correlation to that. So I don't think industry, again, not speaking for the industry, but somebody who's in the industry, I get that completely. Just bring us to the table when it comes that time to talk about what that increase looks like. And I think that'll be more productive than unproductive, so.
Thank you. Mark?
I'll make it quick. Thinking about the vulnerable populations and those 40% of Oregonians that rent, and looking at Paradise, if you're a renter and there's no place to rent, and we already know there's no place to rent, what do we do as counties? As Lily pointed out, we're not really equipped to shelter long-term. Andrew's here somewhere, is from OEM, maybe he's left. But the point is that FEMA took forever to get trailers, and California OES, who I worked for a long time, really couldn't mobilize. And, you know, there isn't any insurance to me as a landowner. My house, or the house that I'm renting out, burns up. Maybe I'll get to it, maybe I won't. Maybe that might be a blessing in disguise. And so to me, there's this big old gap if we have this type of a situation for those vulnerable populations. And as a state, as a county, you know, it really wears on us. What do we do for these folks? You know, what do we do? How do we cite FEMA trailers? You know, that's a land use thing that gets really complicated. So there's some real complexities here. And I guess on the one side, Eric, we as counties look to you as the stick so we can have the carrot, because then it shifts the blame. We just shrug our shoulders and go, it's your insurance company. But honestly,
we've had this conversation, but we do live in that space right now. I will tell you that my teams and the little company that I lead, we are already having those defensible space conversations with people about, hey, you want to keep your coverage, this is what you have to do. And we plagiarize off of Jim's website. They have, we have Yetis all over our office. We do Facebook. Yeah, they know because we're sending it all over, and we've got our trades starting to use their information. So we're already starting that because we, like the utilities, we can't wait. So
I guess.
And back to the renter issue, the policies have coverages in them, like loss of rents, loss of use, those sorts of things. It's a very broad market, but that's getting like 12 feet weedy here.
And the problem is that a lot of those 40% can't afford fire insurance anyway. You know, I don't know, that's not something that I could, but I mean, they're already in a situation.
There's a couple things insurance does extraordinarily well, but governmental type things that help people like that, we don't do that well.
And it isn't expected from you, but it is expected from us as the counties and
Absolutely.
the cities. And we can't lose sight of those 40%. I mean, that's
Yes,
it. And I
agree.
You know, as a council, it's a potential elephant in the room in that one respect. So we need to make sure that that's a focal point.
Okay, I'm going to get us, and every conversation we've had this morning felt like it could have lasted another hour. And so I'm sorry I have to wrap this one up. This is very good comments. Before we break for lunch, we have one remaining.
They went to lunch.
Okay. That's actually the presenter is on the phone. See if we can get that reconnected very quickly. If not, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. The governor's going to be here in about a half hour. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to get that started, and if Cord...
This one's dead.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. What County Commissioner Court Boyce was going to bring up to the group was there is a proposal for this council to consider to bring up a regional fire training center. And I was approached by Representative McEwen, Representative Brock Smith, Senator Roblin, and previous Representative Wayne Krieger, that they think this is a very important issue. It's a potential fire training center to hire some more contract crews in the southwest corner of Oregon. And they are in the process of securing some funding for the property and then eventually working with their partners in the Forest Service and BLM and ODF to try to secure the funding for this training center. And wanted to see if the council would be, I guess, supportive of this concept moving forward, not making any commitment toward funding or anything, but and I've talked about this before, that UTF unable to fill back in 17, there was 100 unable to fill contract crews that were needed to fight fires in Oregon, and we couldn't get anywhere else from India and the rest of the United States to come in here to help us fight fires. So during critical fire season, there are significant issues with unable to fill with contract crews. During the wintertime, they can work on trail maintenance. There's a huge southern oak death problem in southern Oregon that needs to be addressed, and that is related to going out and cutting down the areas where this southern oak death is, pile it up and burn it, and it's hugely labor intensive, so there could be potential for work year round for these kind of things. So I think that's what County Commissioner Kurt Boyce was going to bring to the council.
We've actually heard once before on this topic, and the request is to come back and speak again and actually have some pre-reading materials. And there's no real specific ask of us other than perhaps to, I would think, perhaps what we can do is say that in the context of a cohesive strategies, wildfire response is important, fire suppression is important, and workforce development to support that is important. And so I think we can certainly convey that this seems aligned with an effective cohesive strategy that we're trying to create here in Oregon. Is anybody?
With that, giving credit to the BLM, they're putting on women in wildfire training for 2 weeks, starting I think next week. And so there are a number of these things, and I think bringing them all together as a council is probably.
Yeah, it's very. It's good to know that the council's work is recognized out in the local communities, and local communities are coming and seeking collaboration with the council. So I think this is great. And does anybody want to add anything to that? I think it's just basically looking for nodding heads so that they can convey that this is consistent with the strategy that the state's looking for.
I think it's important that we're not just look at Southern Oregon, but we also recognize like Central Oregon is also working on trying to have a regional training center too, and trying to get land for that as well, so that we recognize that there's all parts of Oregon that are in need of training centers.
You know, I might just hearing you say that, the drafting committee, maybe what we should focus on is just an item around workforce development, supporting the strategy, the same way Bobby developed a communication strategy supporting the cohesive strategy. There should be workforce development, and these regional centers seem perfectly suited for that. Okay, with that, thank you for pitching in there, Mark. And Commissioner Boyce, thank you if you're listening, and hopefully that's that supports what you were looking for. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. I know there's an announcement before we do so, and we're going to be back here at 1 o'clock. I think that's when we're expecting the governor to show up. So, and I just want to say that was around the world. We jammed a lot in, and again, we could have spoken to every one of them much, much longer. And I want to say thank you to the presenters for being so flexible with your time, because you did cram in a lot of information, and what I think was a very good, productive morning. So thank you. And we do have lunch information. So I think John. Hey, John, you're up. Okay. You wanted to say
Oh,
something?
yes, is it lunchtime?
Yes.
For the guests who come to spend the afternoon with us, thanks. Eat last, let the council members eat first. There's a limited number of lunches kind of planned, so I apologize for the distance you may have to travel. And I think there'll be enough food, but just sit tight while the council grabs their food.
Okay, thank you. Hello? Hello, everyone. Is this on? There we go. Hello, everyone. I'd like to ask you to please take your seats as the hush over the crowd kind of attested. We have a special guest with us today. And the reason why we are all here is because Governor Brown had the foresight to issue an executive order. And I will say it has been a real great opportunity to get to know the governor better and work and see the governor rolling up her sleeves on wildfire. And it's been, for me, just really, really refreshing to see how important this is to our governor, because it is to our state. And so with no further ado, I'll turn over to Governor Kate Brown.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I am delighted to have many of you here today, and I, first of all, want to say thank you for your time and energy. I know many of you have traveled many miles to participate, and I really appreciate your dedication and determination. I also want to say a quick thank you to Matt for his, frankly, extraordinary leadership in tackling this work. And I'm looking forward to hearing your recommendations. I am seeing this afternoon as primarily a listening session, so I want to hear from you. Glad we've had terrific legislative involvement, and I know I don't have any shrinking violets at this table, so very excited to hear from you this afternoon. We were really fortunate this year. I don't know whether to be excited that we didn't have a crazy wildfire season or sad. I think we can all say that the sad is okay. We got a buy, literally we got a buy in 2019, but we're not going to get one in 2020. So I have a real sense of urgency around this work. I think it has to be a top priority for the Oregon legislature. It's certainly a top priority for my office, and I know you all are going to help us work to implement these recommendations. So thank you, thank you. I look forward to hearing your recommendations, and let's get to work.
Okay, so just in terms of setting expectations, we are in the early stages of shaping our recommendations. We still have a lot of work left to do. We've been working hard all morning. We've got a couple more work sessions left. So, Governor, I would describe this as an advanced progress report. We've got most of our work behind us, but we still have some very important work remaining. And before I get started here, I just want to say really a very sincere personal thanks. It's not every day you get the opportunity to work on something so important to the state with such wonderful people that are leaning in. And it's developed a number of new friendships, and have been able to interact with a lot of old friends and really rally around a fantastic cause. And that is really rising to this challenge that of the changing environment that we face here in Oregon. So, Governor, everyone who knows me knows I like PowerPoint, so we're going to go ahead and get started here.
And Matt, would you consider doing a round of introductions? Oh, that'd be fun.
We actually,
but not our affiliations.
I think that's great. We actually did that the first time the governor was here back in March, and I think it would be a great opportunity here as well. So we'll start with you. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. Jessica Keys with Senator Merkley's office.
Chris Chambers, City of Ashland.
Caroline Lips, small business owner from Cascade Lofts.
Sarah Morrissey, Travel, Oregon.
Mark Bennett, Baker County.
Trish Conley, Bend Fire Department.
Carol Whipple, Elkton, Oregon, Rising Sea Ranch.
Nils Christopherson, Millar Resources and Board Forestry.
State Department, Department of Land Conservation and Development. Yeah, thank you. Kate Brown, Governor.
Peter Doherty.
Good afternoon, Glen Cass, Mass, U.S. Forest Service.
Teresa Hamley, I'm with Bureau of Land Management.
Anthony Davis, Oregon State University.
Eric Cutler, Sublimity Insurance Company.
Andrew Stolfi, Insurance Commissioner.
Mark Lockhart, retired Tillamook County
Stefan Bird, City Power.
Curtis Robinhold, Port of Portland.
Russell, Flick Thousand Friends.
Alan Ford, Roseburg Forest Products.
Carla Chambers, Stallbush Island Farms.
Mike Hussey, Jackson County Fire District.
I'm Marcia House Rep for Jackson County.
Jason Miner, Governor's Office.
And thank you. I don't know where my manners went. My mom will never forgive me. So, back to the PowerPoint. So again, this is really just today we're going to take the opportunity to give you an update, a progress report, where we've been, where we are today, and most importantly, where we're going from here. I guess the first thing as you look, Governor, as to where we've been, I would say is this room would show you Oregonians have been heeding the call here. We've had just a tremendous response. You ask and people step forward. You can see just the numbers of the folks that have been directly contributing on this on an ongoing basis, and it's extremely impressive. And in terms of actually work, this is our 7th meeting. We've had, I can't even count how many committee meetings. Russ kind of actually blew me away with how many committee meetings he's held. We've had 5 reports and over 50 recommendations to sort through. So this is all coming from the committees. There's still some sorting out to do, but it's just a tremendous effort, and I think it's a really great time to say thank you to everybody around this table and folks that are in this room. It has just been an army that's been working on this together. And it's been a diverse army. This is a statewide issue, and we have built this as a statewide response. I won't go through all the categories here, but it's an extraordinarily diverse group with really with the mindset that this is an issue that affects every Oregonian, and we want Oregonians represented here. And we specifically want Oregonians that maybe haven't seen themselves traditionally as stakeholders in fire and natural resource types issues to kind of identify themselves as being real owners of this issue and to create champions in the rural and in the urban communities. And we've been applying the best science and the best principles available, and that has led us to really adopt this cohesive strategy framework, which there's been a tremendous amount of work that we benefit from. And it identifies 3 major areas. One is fire-adapted communities, meaning we have to adapt to the realities of increased wildfire. Things have changed. Second one is to mitigate, develop resilient landscapes to prepare for fire, to get our natural environment prepared. And then finally, an effective wildfire response. When wildfire does break out, what do you do? Often it will be to suppress aggressively with an effective initial attack. Other times it will be managed wildfire. And so these are the elements of the cohesive strategy. And what have we been doing with all that? If you look at the executive order, it's actually very well written, and its basic elements are we set up for success? Have what we got today, is it sufficient? Is it sustainable? Maybe it was sustainable for another day, but is it sustainable today given the increase in wildfire that we're seeing? And I think the general message back from these committees is no, that these systems were built for another era. Many of these systems were built in an era before we started to see the manifestation of a lot of the contributors here, like climate change, like the population growth, like the fuel accumulation given management history. Many of the systems developed in another era. Also, many of the systems, frankly, developed before a lot of the opportunities that we have here in front of us. Our fire ecology science has advanced tremendously. We have much better science to draw from. Same with sustainable forestry practices, ways to treat these fuel loads. Technology just across the board. Today we talked a lot about mapping technology, but in just several ways we're much better equipped to adapt to wildfire and deal with wildfire. Forest collaboratives, you can't say enough. This has really been kind of the backbone of a movement to be better managing our forests, locally driven objectives in partnership with landowners, better building materials, and just an overall sophistication on how to live with wildfire. So a lot of these systems were built before these opportunities had emerged. And then frankly, a lot of these systems were built before these needs had grown to where they are, whether it's the need for rural revitalization and green jobs, whether it's the need to better mitigate climate change through using our forests to store carbon, or just the needs around ecosystem restoration, which frankly continue with each passing year. And finally, a lot of these systems were developed before we started seeing the real impacts here, whether it's firefighter, public safety, health risks, social justice, the impacts to our most vulnerable communities, the direct financial costs that we see from fire suppression, and the economic loss. So I think in many, many dimensions, the answer would be that our systems were developed in another era and they need to be updated and modernized. So really what this exercise has been about and remains about is really threading the needle. And it's about living with wildfire, saving human lives, human health, protecting homes and buildings, promoting social justice, restoring ecosystems, removing excess fuels, and hopefully creating green jobs in the process to revitalize rural communities. That's all. It's a big task, but I think we've assembled the right team to give it our best effort. So, talk a little bit about what's coming in terms of finding the right strategy. So 3 main elements. One is what's working. Know what's working, what's not working. Things that are working, let's maintain them. Second one is where things aren't working. Maybe there's a reorientation of mature systems to better face the realities of wildfire. And then the third would be looking at things that aren't working and making more significant changes. So kind of evolution versus revolution. So the second would be a reorientation, an evolution, and the third would be more the revolution. So what's working? Well, so far we've identified 3 main systems that are working. Number 1 is the militia system of the way that we conduct wildfire. We actually have effective firefighting capabilities. We just don't have the right capacity to meet the volume. The second one is we have a one-of-a-kind insurance policy that we think actually fits very well within our financial strategy. And then finally, the BLM contract, as we talked about this morning, if we didn't have that contract with BLM, we would want that contract. Because of the interspersed ownerships, it really just provides economies of scale for all involved. The second group, which is more the evolution, this is kind of reorienting some existing systems, mature systems. We've spent a lot of time on health. We've spent a lot of time on emergency response and disaster recovery. This morning we heard about how we really need to evolve our public education, reaching out to better implement the cohesive strategy. And then finally, we need good information, and OSU is the natural place to really be a clearinghouse of solid science to advance strategies in the years ahead. Well, now we get to the revolution, the more significant changes that are really surfacing from the Council's work. First is really looking at a public-private partnership that's needed to carry out landscape-level mitigation, a multi-billion-dollar, multi-decade initiative that will involve significant state investment commensurate federal investment, and a very active role in the private sector. I mean, the estimates that we hear, this could be $4 billion in terms of just total costs, and so it is obviously larger than any one entity. This is going to take the collective power of public-private partnership. Second one, leveraging land use tools. I wish you could have joined us this morning. It was actually one of the very best discussions we had. I want to say thanks to Russ Hoflick and John Audley and Mayor Russell for organizing a fantastic discussion, Sadie Carney for staffing, and many others. It was a really, really robust discussion, and I think it really starts to elevate for this council and for the state just how important our land use tools are. I think we would all agree that Oregon's in a much better place than we would have been if we didn't have this extensive land use system. We need to leverage the land use system, and we really need to look at pretty significant policies in defensible space and in hardening homes. And then finally, the final part of the expansion is suppression. It just stands to reason in an era of climate change, in an era of fuel buildup, in an era of population growth, and in an era of increased wildfire activity, and specifically undesired wildfire activity, we're going to have to spend more resources suppressing fire. There is a hope that there being a correlation between wildfire and suppression, between fuel loads and suppression, that over time, as we invest more heavily in mitigation, both within the WUI and at the landscape level, that we can see our suppression costs decline. We actually had a very promising discussion here this morning about maybe the effectiveness of those land use planning tools can bring some real cost savings for us. So that's really where we are right now, Governor. It's been an extraordinarily robust effort. And in terms of what's next, I think we have started to really identify what needs to be done. And now we need to really start putting a sharper pencil on how to do it. So between now and the November legislative days, our goal is to develop detailed recommendations, looking at options and honing in on the appropriate options, setting priorities, and looking at funding strategies. And then as you look beyond the November legislative days, this being a very long-term challenge, we're going to, in the fourth quarter and the first quarter, look to developing very robust strategic financial plans and really kind of an organizational model that is appropriate for this cohesive strategy. So just to wrap up, I would just say this has been a very strong process. It's been unlike any other process I've ever been involved with. Again, extremely diverse, a lot of expertise, a lot of due diligence. There's a real consensus that's emerging on many topics. Number one, the human toll and the financial costs are unsustainable and need to be dealt with. There will be a need for significant state and federal investment and a growth in the private sector, and it's got to be implemented through a very sophisticated, dedicated public-private partnership that the state must lead. And then we've identified the remaining work. We had a very robust discussion this morning about the role of regulations versus incentives. How active should the state be? How active should the local communities be? We need to develop resource management plans that meet fuel reduction objectives while also meeting ecosystem objectives, broader social objectives, and economic objectives, and develop a long-term sustainable funding model. So that's it. We have until November to do all this, but I think we've got a good plan in place. So with that, that's our report.
Well, first of all, I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this work group and the work that's been done. I was there on January 30th on a very cold day in Medford when the proclamation was signed. And as I got back in my vehicle and I was driving back to Salem, what came into my mind is, what can we do? What can we do with a complex issue in such a short amount of time? And so the first thing that we could do is have the governor actually choose that right person to lead this group. And Matt, you were that right person. This is very complex. It's got a lot of challenges and it has a lot of issues and it has a lot of tough decisions that have to be made. So that's the first thing that we can do, and I'm glad we made that decision. The second thing was putting these work groups together. And I too am extremely impressed in the diversity of folks that we have here that have come together to really work on that Oregon problem, right? And it really is an Oregon problem, and it's something that Oregon's going to have to really work hard to solve. So that's what we can do. We can actually bring some things in the next session that we can really start to work on, and we can make some differences, and we can continue to do further work down the road on those bigger issues as well. So there's a lot we can do, so I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, so Governor Brown, I'm going to say something that this group has heard me say quite a bit, which is we wouldn't be here if it weren't for the humans that matter in our state. If something's burning and no one's around to care, you know, whatever. But it matters because of the humans who interface with this beautiful state, because of our economy, because of how we recreate, and because of how we choose to live here and benefit both from mental health benefits from interfacing with our beautiful landscape and the physical health benefits that come from that. And so I think the challenges that this group has really wrestled with and the opportunity is to look at that health interface and making sure we leave no one behind, because it could be really easy to set forth a 50-year policy strategy that benefits some, but not all of us, and continues to create inequities that through the charge of this council were deemed kind of unacceptable. And so when we think about health, I would argue that our communities are not only fire adaptive, but they're smoke adaptive, because the mitigation strategies that are put forth, which are really important, do have an impact on health. We can hold both those truths together. They do not have to compete, but we have to be planful and preparing, whether we're talking about utility outages or whether we're talking about prescribed burning. Both of those impact communities, they impact individuals, and from the Oregon Health Authority, when we get those phone calls, they really do matter, and we need to be ready to respond to that. But we are building on such amazing strength and assets in our communities, building off of a strong emergency management system that when we look at it from a wildfire perspective, we could do anything from plan for prescribed burning in communities and more air quality monitors and more cleaner air spaces, and those would also benefit during wildfire season. So again, the intention to have this be a human-centered solution has been amazing, and just listening to the conversation as it has evolved since March, it's truly been an honor to work with all of you, so thank you.
Everybody's getting nervous, you might have.
Actually, when I looked at the list and saw that I was following Kristen, I go, oh, great. She's always dynamic and energized, and then I'm following. Governor, thank you. Thank you for your leadership in this issue. Having been a victim or participant in 4 fires that affected our ranching operations, major fires, and seeing the aftermath, seeing the toil to our community. One of our communities, Stices Gulch, as Jim would recall, burned up. We lost, I think, 8-10 homes in that one. So it's an ongoing issue, an ongoing challenge. And but without this leadership and stepping forward here, we would still be talking about it. We would be talking about it as the various commissioners, and the state would be talking about it, and we would have lots of meetings. But your leadership in setting this group together with it focused and with a definite timeline, so it's there. Matter of fact, when I spoke with Matt about being on here, I said, You know, I've been on a lot, over my years with county government and even with state government, we craft all kinds of things, and I have binders in my office sometimes that I look at, and they're really great binders. Some of them are really bound nicely. And, you know, and you look at them and you go, boy, we spent a lot of money, we spent a lot of time, and nothing was ever done with them. Nothing was ever done with them. But I really have just that feeling that this is going forward. And even if it's just pieces of it that goes forward, we're a lot closer than we were last March. I look at around the room at everyone here is volunteers. I guess some of us are quasi-paid being our roles. But you know, the amount of work that went into it, Russ's committee, I guess you're the gold standard, Russ. But each of them putting all of this work to put something because they care as Argonians, this is a legacy. And Governor, even, I guess I have a lot more time. I mean, it's kind of like moving cows. You don't have a radio or anything, so you're riding your horse and you just keep thinking about stuff. But driving all the way out here, you know, you can only listen to OPB about 9 times on the same thing and find out what's going on, and you kind of go, maybe I'll just think of something else. But as I was thinking about this is really a natural resources policy pillar, a legacy for your administration, because the risks will be there. The overstocked forests are still there. You know, our east side forests are overstocked. You know, you don't even have to get into debate why it is. It's just overstocked. Our central Oregon forests of juniper, high risk, which really aren't forests. I would guess, Peter, you probably wouldn't call it a forest, you'd just call it an invasive species. But boy, those invasive species burn, I can tell you that. Our partnerships with the 2 federal agencies there, you know, and the relationships and the work that they do. You know, my own pet thing, the sage grouse. This plan, by keeping the programs and the wildfires, will protect wildlife. It will protect even the wolves, Governor. I say that for you and Amara. But anyway, the wolves, that's a different topic. Anyway, it does provide that wildlife protection. It provides watershed protection. Protection for the salmon, protection for our municipalities, and protection for agriculture. This is really far-reaching. And you know, you just look around the table at the different interests represented here, the utilities, others, everything that we depend on, this is going to touch. And the leadership that Matt has given is phenomenal, and his assistant colleague, John, there, and everyone else that's driven and given time. I'm really honored to be just a colleague with you, so thank you.
Okay. Oh, wow, okay.
Well, thank you, everyone. And again, I want to say how much I really appreciate your time and energy and dedication that you invested in the council. And there's still some more investing to do. So I'm glad they fed you. It looks like it was really good food. I did have the opportunity to meet earlier today with a couple of our finest firefighters, Jana, Levi, and Taylor from the Department of Forestry. And they are amazing firefighters. And they did incredible work at Milepost 97. As I said, we were really lucky this year that we didn't have a horrendous fire season, but I'm concerned that we're not going to be so lucky next year. And so I'm absolutely committed to doing the work we need to make sure that we get both the resources and the tools to tackle the challenges we're facing. I think what is key in terms of all of this is the state continuing to play what I'm calling a catalytic role. That we have the ability to bring our federal partners, our local partners together and make sure we do what I call GSD, get stuff done and get it done quickly. And that I am absolutely committed to making that happen. As I talked with Jana, and are they here, Jana and Levi? Okay. And Taylor, you guys want to raise your hands? Stand up. Let's give them a round of applause. So these guys, you can sit down now. That's fine, unless you want to stand up. They wear a number of hats, and including and not just limited to fighting fire. Levi works with community members and loggers to ensure that forest practice regulations are being followed. And Jana collaborates with landowners to mitigate wildfire-causing fuels on their land. And they all do what's critically important, and that's to keep our communities really, really safe in and out of their Nomex suits, which I have my own version. I'm happy to display it for you in the future at some point. But these three were really clear. There isn't really a fire season anymore. It's year-round, and it's increasing not only in Oregon, around our country, and frankly, around the entire globe. And the challenge is that no region is exactly alike. And former County Commissioner, Lincoln County Commissioner Labhart knows this. You were Tillamook, not Lincoln. Knows this very well now that he lives in Deschutes County, right? Those are very different fire seasons and very different challenges. And so I think it's so important that we all come together to make sure that we keep Oregonians safe and our landscape healthy. And I believe very strongly that we can't use the 19th century playbook that we have been using to do this work. And that's why I asked you all to come together to craft a plan tailored to Oregon, the different regions of Oregon. I know Nils lives in Wallowa County. That's a whole different region over there. And we have to make sure that that plan enables us to tackle the current challenges we face. So I am looking forward. I am waiting with anticipation for your report. Looks like it's going to come out November. Is that right, Matt? November. But without seeing the 70-plus pages with data, history, and analysis, I obviously know that we need to do things differently. And we need different tools, and we clearly need additional resources. And I thought Matt summed it up really well. Better wildfire response, more resilient landscapes, and better fire, and I'll add smoke-adapted communities. Does that make you happy? Good, okay. I know that you are going to be recommending that we make significant investments in mitigation and fire suppression, as well as substantive policy changes for helping communities adapt and recover from fire. All of this is critical. Over the next couple of decades, I'm anticipating we're looking at a $4 billion plus problem. I'm not having any sticker shock today because I had conversations with a number of you and was forewarned about the size of the number. That number feels a bit overwhelming, but I think it's critically imperative that we bite off a significant chunk right now, immediately. And your recommendations, your work, will help us do exactly that. So I'm hoping that the report will provide guidance and direction for both my team and, of course, the legislature, since you've been very involved in this conversation as well. I think it's really important as a jumpstart to encourage Oregonians across the state to work together collaboratively to make sure that our forests are healthier and our communities are safer. Though certainly I'm expecting to see a number of graphs and a number of numbers, and that may seem very impersonal. There's nothing that could be more personal to Oregonians than their health and their safety. So with your recommendations, I am visioning boots on the ground. I see real people doing real work right now. Like Jana, I know she's working in Eastern Oregon with local landowners to thin overgrown tree stands, partnering with her peers from our federal agencies to cover as much ground as she can. Jana certainly knows the science, she knows the land, and she's making our forests healthier and more fire resilient, 1 acre at a time. And I see Levi working in the woods. Sorry, Taylor, I don't have any stories about you. But I see Levi working with his team in the woods doing prescribed burns. He's done the research, he knows the conditions, and he has safety plans in place. I believe very strongly that the prescribed burns will treat acres and acres and acres of forest land, preventing larger uncontrollable fires. It will create defensible space for our communities in the wildland-urban interface. I think you're all calling that WUI, right? And it will certainly improve air quality in the long run. I haven't talked to anybody about the ability of the Shakespeare Festival to hold outdoor productions this year, but I think it was, you had 100% outdoor, is that right? Did you have any fire? One or two? Okay, one or two. Well, compared to last year, they had 25 or 26 outdoor productions that were canceled or moved inside. So that's what we want. We don't want to see the 25. We want to see the maybe one or two in the future. So that would be my goal. I also see local governments, tribal governments, and state agencies working together to protect people from wildfire smoke. Specifically, our most vulnerable populations, our young kids, our elderly, and people with asthma, and certainly more. As I was talking to Levi and Taylor and Jana, we talked about more helicopters and more air tankers getting to wildfires faster, supporting the brave men and women on the ground who are fighting fire on the ground with hoses and tools in hand. And I want to see more firefighters going home safely to their families because they had the resources and the training to do their jobs. It's really clear the time to act is right now. We have the momentum, and soon we're going to have your finished report. So again, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I also want to echo Commissioner Bennett's words. I too have a number of binders and reports sitting on shelves. I don't want this one to do that. It is imperative for Oregon's future to act on these recommendations and procure the funding to do so. And I can't do this alone. I'm going to need all of your help. I'm going to need all of the folks sitting in this room, all working together to make this happen. So I look forward to working with you as we take bold action now to ensure a healthier and more vibrant Oregon for generations to come. Our children, frankly, and our entire state and our entire future depend on it. So let's get to work. Thank you all so very much for your very hard work.
So thank you, Governor. And as an added treat, I think we have a council photo opportunity here that I think we're all going to. John, where are we going? Okay. All right. Okay. That sounds great. All right. Everybody up. Nobody shy. All right. Okay, is everybody back? Everybody waiting on me? Sorry. Everybody's looking at me. Okay. It is nice to have that behind us. Nice to see the governor, but also the media side of it. It's nice to have that all behind us. And we are now on to our public comment. And I think we've got 3 folks that have signed up. And the first is Ralph. You there? Okay. Yep, KO. Sure.
Attention. Chair Donegan and members of the council, thank you for this opportunity to provide comment. My name is Kayola Swanson. I'm the Oregon Program Director for Pacific Forest Trust. We're a nonprofit land trust and policy shop that works across the Northwest with private forest landowners to conserve their land through working forest conservation easements and to develop incentives for forest conservation and stewardship. Since January, when Oregon Governor Brown, who we just saw, created the Governor's Council on Wildfire Response, PFT has been an active participant in 2 of its committees, those on suppression and mitigation. In this context, PFT has consistently advocated for a holistic approach to wildfire response and for strategic, climate-smart fire management, incorporating both prescribed burning and managed natural fires where these can be done safely. These are critical tools to reduce hazardous fuel loads and promote natural resilience. We have seen firsthand this council and its committee's dedicated efforts to identify and address the complex questions associated with wildfire response, and this has been done on a very short timeline. There is still a great deal of work to be done before November to incorporate and harmonize recommendations from multiple committees into one cohesive report, and to understand the full funding needs for all aspects of wildfire response, including suppression as well as mitigation and adaptation. We hope that the council will keep in mind the overarching goal of our need as Oregonians to understand and adapt to living with fire on the landscape as it completes this work. Sorry, I get a little nervous up here with y'all. Just gonna shake it out a little. The Mitigation Committee is developing technical recommendations for implementation. It is essential that they be rooted in the best available science. Having invested the considerable time and effort to understanding these issues, the Mitigation Committee is now poised to answer the harder question of how to make decisions with that data. There will be critical work for the drafting committee or the council to define the wildland-urban interface, WUI, and to differentiate between approaches for WUI and non-WUI areas in prioritizing and balancing the needs for suppression activities with the long-term mitigation and adaptation actions so essential to restoring a safer and healthier forest context. Oregon's current funding for wildfire response and recovery is unsustainable. It is also insufficient for our future fire management, which many predict will be even more challenging. The council's final recommendations will be critical to developing the business case for increased public funding and public support for the needed work on the ground. An ROI approach should value the avoided costs of reduced intensity and frequency of wildfire, of homes preserved, of lives unthreatened, and dollars unspent. It should also consider the values of a healthy and resilient forest for water quantity and quality, and resilience to fire and climate change. PFT supports the recommendation for the Mitigation Committee to continue to meet in order to complete our work. We urge the Council's Financing Committee, or Funding Committee, sorry, Matt, I'm not sure which one it is, to identify approaches to funding wildfire response for the state that are both new and equitable. This will take ongoing commitment from the Governor and the Council, as well as outreach and education of the general public. PFT stands ready to continue to work closely with leaders and coalition partners in Oregon to advance the state's response to wildfires and restore healthier, more resilient forests. Thank you. I will submit it in written form if it's easier that way. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Gil. Ralph.
More destructive fire, all that is the new normal.
We've entered a new normal.
It's our new normal.
A statement like, well, this is the new normal, is basically a fatalistic statement that this has to occur. It does not have to occur.
Chair Donegan, members of the council, my name is Ralph Bloomers, and that was a little clip from a film that I've been working on for about a year for National Geographic. And we've been around the country, visited with Jack Cohen, went to the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety. Jack gave us all his slides, which I've submitted. And this morning, we saw a very encouraging presentation of the hard work of the Land Use Subcommittee and how we can make investments. And we have some big decisions to make. You all have some big decisions to make. Oregonians have some big decisions to make. $4 billion to thin the forests far away from homes, which to some degree is needed for ecological reasons. More fire suppression, a lot of money. What do we get for that? Well, we get some things. We get a lot of comfort, we get people safe, and land use, home hardening, spending some money, having DLCD have the staff to do what it needs to do. And I just wanted to show a few slides that Jack had given us to kind of drive that home very visually, because what I've seen in my work is these, as we've heard, massive WUIs, the entire county. I mean, that's really unhelpful to narrow us and focus us. And Jack's work has really narrowed and focused us. It's the home ignition zone, not the WUI that matters. It's the immediate area around the home. So these are opportunities, he says, to meet these challenges. He rejects the idea that this is the new normal and it's fatalistic and there's nothing we can do. And I think you all are stating that you reject that notion. I've heard that. So wildland urban disasters show a lot of homes complete destruction. And what we see time and again is the green canopies around them. Why is that? Extreme wildfire conditions is the primary reason. Does it mean they're inevitable? Jack poses the question, and he says no. Home destruction can be prevented without eliminating or controlling wildfires. But our general perception, not you all, but the general public, is that this can be done by more air tankers, more fire suppression, but if we have the kind of conditions we saw in the Campfire in Paradise, no is the answer. We could have had every fire truck in California, according to the expert Alexander Seifert, in California, all in 2 hours in Paradise, and they wouldn't have been able to stop that. The wildfire swept through the community with a tsunami of flame. And we all know there's a lot of catastrophic rhetoric around fire, right? It creates this tension for us to chart a new path. But the patterns that we see, our walls of flame are not sweeping through the community. What is moving through those communities? It's the embers in advance of the fire. So this is in California. This house survived without protection. Is it a miracle house? Jack poses the question. What else didn't burn? Well, all the green vegetation. Was it miracle vegetation? What it was the embers getting driven into the house, getting into the gutters and igniting the little amount of material that was in the gutters and then moving into the eaves and burning the house down. And then it became a structure-to-structure fire, which burns a lot hotter than a tree when you have synthetic materials. So again, California, 1980.
And the houses closer to the wildfire
Los Alamos.
survive, and the ones
the fire
furthest
moved away from the
wildfire
community, and the
would
homes
be
kept
ignited.
burning and igniting.
What that says is that the differences in the...
So I want to say something that I reject the notion that this is in any way infringing on private property rights. This is for public health and safety, right? If I'm a neighbor, I want my neighbor's house not to ignite my house on fire. And likewise, my neighbor wants that of me. I think that that is what we do in Portland so that we don't ignite our neighbor's house. It's called fire-safe building codes. It makes sense. It protects us all. We all participate in that. We all are burdened, and we all are benefited. So what you see time and again is this green vegetation, right? Unconsumed tree canopies amid total home destruction. It shows that it's not about a wildfire. It's about embers and home ignition in the VIZ, the home ignition zone, excuse me, the HIV, home ignition zone, HIV. So again, lots of photos. Now this is the campfire. This is exclusive footage from right when it ignited. They had 3 hours to get out of Paradise. There was nothing they could do. That was so fast, and it moved through previously logged areas rapidly to that community. When you look at those aerial photos, you're like, what's going on with this? It's so amazing. And the insurance expert down there, Alexander Seifert, she said it has nothing to do with the condition of the forest. It has everything to do with the condition of the homes, everything, to prevent this. And you look at these photos and you see lots of green trees around Paradise. So it's the residential fuels that start to ignite. Homes ignite and burn for hours. They burn for a really long time. And the community continues to burn when the wildfire moves away. So we see it time and again. And it's not a tsunami of fire moving through there. It's homes igniting. So I'm going to skip because it's a bit repetitive, but these are very compelling, and this is the kinds of things that I think need to be communicated. And I heard earlier, I was very encouraged by the communications presentation, that you're going to try to level with people, that you're going to try to tell them some things that are hard to hear. And that's true. We can give them the hard truths, but we can also give them the hope. And I think the hope is in the home ignition zone. So Jack basically studied an ignited forest on fire in Canada, and he gave us all that footage, and it was really interesting to watch it. It blew my mind. It was like 100 feet from a structure, it could be 3,000 degrees and the structure didn't ignite. And pretty much he determined more than 60 feet didn't matter, but he rounded it up to 100 just to be careful, is what he said. And so it's like the local conditions were not sufficient for ignition. In this one, it's all green, and the local conditions were significant for ignition. Again, driving the point home with visual evidence of this truth. How far is local? And this is from his experiments. Maximum distance for wood ignition from flame front exposure. He did modeling, he did experiments, he did examinations. The conditions within 100 feet is all that matters. So I would say, don't get too caught up in the wooey. Focus on the home ignition zone and the home. That's where the biggest bang for your buck is going to be. And he says it again, the his, home ignition zone. So let's look at some of these fire brands. This is pretty cool stuff. The insurance industry has this facility in South Carolina where they throw hail and try to destroy buildings. And they also throw embers and try to burn them down, and they let us film it. So we can see that because these embers can travel a half mile like they did with the campfire during extreme wildfires, we can say that it really doesn't matter what the condition of the forest is because of how far that will throw.
From a high-intensity wildfire, we get millions of firebrands being lofted down to expose the whole breadth of those kinds of neighborhoods simultaneously.
So when we were filming this, that home that's a duplex, ignited in 6 minutes. After about an hour, we had to shut all the cameras down because the other side didn't even ignite, because it was built in such a way to not ignite. Pine needles, debris, and rain gutters. And these are some of the details. Roof. It doesn't really matter whether it's a metal roof or a fiberglass roof, as long as it's not a wood shingle roof. It is less important. So roof costs are high, but that's not really where the bang for the buck is, according to the experts. Pine needle mulch, bark mulch. That's just like ignite my house, please. You know, hardscape it around there. I have a property in eastern Washington, and I thinned it. And then I had to thin it again, and then I had to thin it again, and I got tired of it, so I just hardscaped around the building. So I think that's pretty much what I wanted to say. I would encourage you to fund more than one FTE, and I speak on behalf of Mariel Darzan that you would fund DLCD to have the people to do the work necessary to not to make the problem worse from a land use and zoning perspective. And I would really urge that you take the DCBS's work and make that mandatory, because I think that's good for everyone's private property rights. I would want that as a private property owner. So that was my message here for you today. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ralph. And I think that was it. There was 3, but I understand. Okay. All right. So I think that concludes our public comment. We do have a little bit of time left, and so before we wrap up, a couple things, and I want to give us a couple minutes here at the end just to, share any final thoughts. Again, we're going to be launching this drafting committee, and so it's going to be a pretty robust process. So just want to open it up to the council. Any thoughts you want to share? Anything that's kind of stood out for you today, or something that you want to share for the drafting committee? Okay. Yep.
Funding strategy. There are a separate group that's going to.
Yeah, there's a funding committee. All right, I failed this morning to recognize our host and that's the World Forestry Center, and Joe Furia and his entire staff. I hope Joe's around. This is really a fantastic facility, and you're wonderful hosts, and just very sincerely say thank you. And I'm not sure the full council appreciates just how much time has been spent here with the various committee work and so forth. You've been extremely generous and helpful, Joe and the World Forestry Center. I want to also take this opportunity to thank all of the committee members and committee chairs and the staff. Joe chairing the mitigation committee. I see Ken Cummings chaired the suppression committee. Russ. Unfortunately, we had, Russ and then Kirsten and Caroline with the 3 subcommittees in the adaptation. Unfortunately, our 2 co-chairs of adaptation are not with us, and that's Duncan Campbell and Sally Russell. But I just want to recognize, obviously we got a lot of work left to do, so this is not goodbye. But I think this is a time when just the natural pattern of the workflow is going to be shifting a bit, and want to say thank you. Also want to again say thank you to the staffs of the various agencies. Travis Medema, I'm looking at you, just a champ, absolutely. I wish Mariana was here because she's been phenomenal. I want to say to Jim and to Peter, thank you for availing your staff to this. Chad Davis, Chad's still around. So Chad, thank you to you. Sadie, I've already said thank you, but can't say thanks enough. And I'm sure I'm missing, folks. Bobby, it's just been this has been a real sprint for the last several months, and people have just been making it work. Your bosses have been making this work, and I know it's been a big, heavy ask. And we owe you a great deal, and I think you've produced very good products, and I think we're in very good shape to issue some very thoughtful recommendations. So whomever I've forgotten here, it's only because I'm on the stage, but I really do very sincerely want to say thank you to everybody that contributed. We will be, as you saw earlier in the and also, Representative Marsh, I want to say thank you to you for your leadership, particularly on the legislative front, to really help us to predict. I was actually talking to Nick Blosser here earlier this week and describing, in many ways, we're trying to use this council to kind of predict how the legislature might actually receive all this. And so that's, that's not going to be enough for the committees and for the council to make recommendations. Ultimately, there's a home for all this. And so the more that we can think ahead to the legislature, is very helpful. I want to say thank you to Jason sitting beside me for all the help at the governor's office. Mark?
Well, when you're done thanking, we need to thank you.
That's right. Yeah. Very kind of you. Maybe a way to tell me I've been talking enough. So, which I do believe. So anyway, as the calendar indicated, we're probably like third week of October to get back together. We'll figure out a date. We'll send out the next time to convene. I will say everybody's participation in these council meetings has been phenomenal. I mean, we originally thought of 5. We're now at 7. We're extending. And again, today, I mean, I felt like those conversations could have gone on and on and on. I mean, there's just no shortage of really high-quality conversations to be had. And I think the way that the committees are setting them up by doing all this homework is setting up very, very good conversations. So hopefully we'll continue that run, and the next conversation, the next meeting, will also be fruitful. So everybody knows how to reach me and the other folks on the drafting committee. And with that, drive home safely, and we'll see you soon.